Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Gotta love it when your browser tabs have videos playing somewhere. I don't know if that came through my microphone or not.
Did not. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, Randy. You're muted. Have we heard, has anybody heard from Sean? Do we know if he's?
No, but I'm missing my phone this morning. It's something that George would be. Yesterday it was George. Today it's me.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's under something. I just haven't looked under enough things yet this morning.
Well, perhaps we should. Brian, give me a feel. What's do you have 30 minutes worth of county manager updates?
I do not. I have a few updates, but it's definitely not gonna take 30, more like 10, if that.
Okay. I want to respect the time of anybody who is here to make public comment, which is first on the agenda.
Right.
So I think it's probably most responsible to just open it up. Do you agree, Randy?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to open it up for public comment. And so if you're here to make a public comment, you can click participants, click raise hand, and we would love to hear from you.
Peter, did you text Sean? Okay, I will.
Commissioner, we did have the administrative approval of the marijuana licenses first on the agenda. I didn't know if you wanted to knock that out real quick before we do public comment.
Sure. Yeah. And I don't see anybody jumping out for public comments. I think since I opened up, I'm just going to go ahead and close it. The admin approval of marijuana licenses. I read through them. I note that staff recommends approval. Does anybody have any comment?
Mm-mm.
Okay, they're approved.
Thank you.
I really have little to, as far as county commissioner updates, little today. There were two items that popped up that had to do with legislative advocacy, and one of them slipping my mind what it even was, Peter. I can't remember right now, but the other one was the ability to create a lodging tax which did things that other than market tourism, and those came out of CCAT, both of the recommendations. But I asked them for more information on those, and the session just completed anyway. So I wasn't quite sure what the urgency was with regard to those. I think it was people firing up moving forward. George, you may have more information on it, but I think since they didn't get back with me for more information, I think we just table it for now rather than seek a BOCC, concurrence that we should go ahead and support those measures. They need to give us more information on them, even though generally I'm in favor of the concept of using, tourism tax for more than just marketing tourism, but for being able to craft destination management in response to over tourism and things like that, so I think it has legitimate use there. But I haven't seen the measure they're talking about. In both cases, when I asked, they said, well, we've got people working on it. We've got attorneys working on it, and they're working on the language. Well, they never sent anything. So when they send us something, then we can dig in, I think.
Okay. Since it looks like we have a little bit of time, the other one was Garfield County filed an amicus
Right.
brief.
That's what
And I don't really have the details on that. I mean, we don't have to talk about it right now.
Right.
But if you wanted to share the details, I am curious.
Uh,
Or if you're not prepared to, that's fine as well.
the amicus brief had to do with attacking the issue where there are certain wilderness area inholding landowners or adjacent landowners through which the only historic public access non-motorized into that wilderness area has existed. And some of those landowners have closed those accesses and refused to allow people to use them. So the wilderness area is essentially closed. Nobody can get into it, at least from that area, and then the landowner uses it as their own private preserve, and so it's legislation to ensure that that access to the wilderness area for the public as public land is preserved. And Garfield County is the one who has advanced that. But again, they haven't sent us the information on it. And Garfield has also had a history of forwarding proposals to introduce motorized recreation and outfitters using motorized devices into wilderness areas, which has been turned down every time, but I think for that reason, we need to see the details, and we haven't seen the details on it yet. And so that's in a nutshell. That's what I know about it, and which is very little, as you can tell, because they haven't actually sent us any. In neither case, in either one of those potential legislative fixes, have they actually sent us any language. And I think it would be inappropriate for us as a BOCC to weigh in and say, yeah, we're in support of this or we're in support of that, when they haven't even sent us the language to show us what it says. So we can't have a discussion about something we can't see.
Sense to me. Okay,
George,
welcome, Sean.
I didn't know if Randy wanted to mention at all that we secured another grant, a NOCO related grant.
Oh, yeah.
Randy, did you want to update them?
Sure. Yeah, we just secured. It was a $50,000 grant from CPW to become part of the outdoor partnership initiative that DNR has, and it was for capacity building and basically in communication, I think. And so that came through. So we just signed an agreement, and we'll act as the fiscal agent for NOCO on that, since we're already acting as the fiscal agent on the on the DOLA grant for NOCO. And it didn't make sense to have multiple entities acting as fiscal agents for the different pots of money, because it's the same bill is just going out to whichever grant still has money available. And it didn't make sense for another entity to take on that responsibility. There are some requirements that go with that. The only really requirement of any consequence that went with the acceptance of the grant was that we would file biannual semi-annual reports twice a year. And so I just made it clear back in the communication to everybody that our staff would not be bearing the burden of creating those reports, that would have to come from within the staff that was doing the NOCO work from within the grant itself, that we didn't want to burden our staff other than to administrate the grant itself and the payment of the bills that go against the grant. That everything else had to be done by NOCO and not burden Clear Creek.
Thank you for that. Sean, we're just doing commissioner updates here. Didn't have any public comment. Quick admin approval of marijuana licenses, just to catch you up. So I have a couple things. Why don't I just jump in and do it? First on my list, I've been working with the childcare group, or really just kind of monitoring their progress to see where there are opportunities for the county to be helpful. They are visiting the resource center today to dig in a little bit further. They did find a design firm to do a preliminary schematic. And we found a member of the community that's willing to help them build a preliminary budget and business plan. Those all need to be in place by September 1st for a big funding opportunity. What doesn't feel likely in my mind is that the organization will have a fiscal sponsor, and they may or may not meet that deadline. They may need someone else, whether that's CCEDC or the county, to contract for some of these services, like getting that schematic done. We have an ask in front of the Henderson and the Economic Development Corporation to help pay for those two activities, thinking $10,000 to $20,000. And so this is just a heads up for you all that depending on how it goes with CCEDC and the Henderson, we may have an ask of dollars in that range, or a portion of those dollars to this board. We also may have an ask that Clear Creek County contract for some services. I view Clear Creek as, not the best option, but I personally want to see this succeed. I know everybody on the screen does. And so I think if there is a need for the county to jump in, I would be in favor of, a limited, thoughtful way to help these guys plant some seeds for childcare. And then a little bit further down the line, and this is even more speculation, is if they get money to remodel the resource center, it may make sense for us to manage or contract for the remodel, given that we own the building, if they don't have organizational status to receive the money yet. And this is me, I think low probability outcomes, but I know Randy, Sean, I've heard a bunch from you that you like to know about things well in advance and be able to think about them. So that's what I'm trying to accomplish here. Comments on that?
I appreciate the update. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. One of the things I was a little concerned about when they came in front of us last time was just their some of the gaps and the skills that they would need to become an ongoing entity. And I guess I'm sort of mostly in favor of us coming alongside them and helping them grow those internally or find them outside the county rather than just stepping in and doing it for them. But I don't know exactly what that would look like, although your comments about the CCEDC seems like that's probably the best place to start the conversation if it hasn't started already.
Yeah, and their next meeting is sometime next week. I think it's actually the 20th. And that'll be an opportunity for their board to talk about that. And then the Henderson mine, I think they have committed to some small amount of, a portion of that funding need, and may be willing to, just pay some contracts directly. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think once we step in, it sort of kind of loses its grassroots DNA in some ways.
Yeah, I really tend to, I think what Sean said was very wise. I think it we're interested in doing it. We've shown that interest. We've made a commitment to help make it happen with the property, all that stuff. Now, at some point, if we just start subsidizing all the elements of its development, then it's really more a county operation. And I think the idea that it was something else, that we completely support it, want to make it happen, rather than to create another county department that provides childcare. That wasn't the discussion at the outset. So do what we can to try to help the group make it happen.
Yeah, I think that's well said and wise words by both of you. So then the other thing related to CCEDC, that when Keith Montag left, he vacated a seat on the CCEDC board. It's my opinion that having the county manager be on the CCEDC board is good for the relationship with the county and the EDC. It's also my opinion that Brian as an individual can bring a good skill set to that board and help that organization. I think I'd like to, what do you all think about us nominating Brian to be on that board? And Brian, do you have any comments on that?
I would welcome the opportunity to serve and represent the board itself and the county as a whole. So yeah, it would be a great opportunity for me just to continue to learn about the county and meet people in the county as well. So yeah, I would welcome the opportunity.
Yeah,
I think that's.
Go ahead, Sean.
I think that's excellent too. I had a little bit of heartburn in the past about every government entity providing a representative, because I think historically some of the people who got roped into doing that didn't necessarily have a background in economic development or want to be there. But Brian does have a background, has a lot of passion and interest, and I think he'd be a great fit.
I think that, and Brian and I talked about this during one of our weekly or bi-weekly, I think, get-togethers in our last one. And the only thing I said was that we would certainly hope that it would be a reflection of also of the collective, whatever the collective thoughts of this board as well. And so that we'd stay in close contact, especially in light of his just having gotten off the train. I think it would be wise to think of it that way, especially at the outset as he gets grounded in the organization, and so that we stay in close contact on any input on important items that are going down. That but beyond that, I think it's a great idea, and he's, like I say, he's got way more of a skill set than I do for that. So I'm fine with it.
Okay, great. Well, then we'll see how that one plays out. And I think that's all I have for you, gentlemen.
I just had one really quick thing. Last week I went down for the quarterly SEMTAC meeting in Gunnison. We had our first in-person meeting since the pandemic started, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Clear Creek EMS. Clear Creek applied for some grant funding through SEMTAC or through CDPHE, and I believe received 100% of it. And just over the past few years, I think they've really stepped up their game in terms of being proactive and looking at what's available out there and representing us well and getting our fair share of that state money. So good work, EMS.
Really happy to hear that. Okay, well, Brian, county manager updates.
Yeah. Beth's gonna throw some unfortunate photos up here on the screen. We experienced some vandalism over the weekend at the new clinic. The contractor's in contact with Idaho Springs Police Department, but we had some damaged windows at the clinic over the weekend. Once you can scroll through there, yeah.
Wow. Oh,
Yeah.
what in the world?
Not quite sure what that accomplishes, but hopefully we won't have any issues with securing new glass. But again, the contractor's working with the police department on that, so they just wanted to bring you up to speed there. The county has been chosen as one of the stopping points for the 2021 CSU RAM Tour. The CSU RAM Tour is a 2-day CSU faculty engagement seminar for recently hired or newly tenured faculty, as well as new administrators. So we're gonna have a busload of approximately 60 CSU Extension, and other department staff and leaders that are gonna be coming through the town, through Georgetown, actually, on their way to the western slope. So they're scheduled to be stopping Monday, August 9th, around noon in Georgetown. At that point, they've already been at the campus and had a stop at the new Spur Center and at the Western Stock Show Center. So the CSU Western Regional Director is going to be here, along with Christine Krause. They're going to welcome them at the Georgetown Depot, where they're going to have lunch and then take a one-way trip around 12:45 to the Silver Plume Depot. So Christine is coordinating that effort and looking for some community leaders to come out and speak with that group for about a 30-minute period at the Silver Plume Station at around 1:30. It's going to be an informal conversation. We're going to be discussing current economics, some of the changes in the county with respect to the mining issue, and that the mining-based economy to a outdoor rec-based economy. So again, it's going to be about a 30-minute informal conversation. Lindsay Valdez will be there from CCEDC. Dylan Smith, the owner of Two Brothers Deli in Idaho Springs, is going to be there and speaking with them, and also the police judge, Lynette Kelsey. So they would welcome some participation from the board, a minimum of 1, up to 3 if your time would permit. So again, it's 1:30 at the Silver Plume Station if your schedule allows and wanting to participate. It's been since 2013 since this tour has come through the county. So opportunity to interact with CSU.
And Brian, what day was that again?
August 9th.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you have any interest, want to be there, let me know that, and I'll let Christine know you're planning on coming. And just real quickly, we're advancing on the issue of the boardroom and upgrading the technology there to accommodate some kind of a hybrid meeting. So that work is underway. So just wanted to let you know that it is progressing. We had a group of staff meet with Idaho Springs, who've made some upgrades in their facility that might work for us. So we're looking at that. And also a big thank you to Brenda, our clerk and reporter, who was allowing us to use a portion of some funds that she secured from the state for security issues that she got into her department. So we're going to use at least a portion of that to help fund some of that. So I think that's it.
That was a quick report.
Yeah.
You were right.
I have one pretty focused question about our efforts working with the Community First Foundation. I know we were talking about creating some kind of an affiliation, and I believe that's that ball's in our court right now, and it's been so for a few months.
I actually had a meeting canceled with Alyssa to focus on that very topic last week. I know work has been done on that with respect to potentially securing a firm to assist with that. I don't know if Peter has more info on that or not, but I know that we're at least that far in terms of securing a proposal from a firm, I believe.
Yeah, and we have been in contact with Community First Foundation also. We also have a draft agreement that we've been working on, but Alyssa has rescheduled. I don't remember the date of when it is, but for some reason we needed to reschedule it, but we will have it. And then our thought was to get together as staff, review where we are on this, and then go take the next step and circle back with the board at that time.
Okay, I personally have a lot of history with that one and a lot of interest in it. So if there's a need for my participation or a place for it, I would be happy to offer my services.
I would support that. Yeah.
Next thing on our agenda is strategic and community planning update at 9:30. Meaning we have 20 minutes. Should we, I see we have some executive session topics. Is one of them, is 20 minutes sufficient for one or two of them? You're muted.
You're muted.
Thank you. I definitely think that's more than enough for at least one of the topics. I see that Sheriff Albers has been moved over, so we could discuss the temporary road closures issue. And I can read that into the record.
Okay, therefore I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
For pursuant to CRS 246402, 4B, for the Board of County Commissioners that have a conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to temporary road closure pursuant to CRS 42-4-106.
Second.
All in favor?
Hi.
I will be sending a link, and I'm also, so the sheriff will get this as well.
Okay, so the board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We'll be back here in regular session at 9:30 for a strategic and community planning update. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning.
I love the face you're making in that
Am
picture
I
you
supposed to
used.
be here?
I don't know. Well,
Is this an executive session?
it is.
Okay.
Peter is sending you a new link for the exec.
Oh, okay.
So this is, I think, Beth, did you just have me rejoin the regular meeting?
Yeah, I
Okay.
just crossed you over for the 9:30 and then these
Okay.
we're gonna jump off to another meeting.
Oh, and somehow I clicked that wrong link. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, nice to see you, George.
Good to see you
Good
too.
morning, Sean. See you guys later.
Okay, we have concluded our executive session. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made. As the team filters back here, we will begin discussing a strategic and community planning update with Amy Saxton. Give it just a moment. Looking at the agenda, I think I see plenty of space between 10 and 10:30. So Amy, we can probably give you all the 30 minutes that was scheduled.
Great. Are we ready? Am I ready to go?
You tell us.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
are you ready for me to go? I guess is what I meant to say.
we are ready. I now
Okay,
see
great.
the team is here.
Very good. Excellent. Well, thank you, gentlemen. This is the first time I have delivered a division update for the Strategic and Community Planning Division as part of this new series of division updates that we're providing to you as commissioners. And so I will get started. I provided a memo to you outlining the material I'm going to share. So we're going to start with the housing department. I'm reviewing not only the departments I'm responsible for, but just sort of what areas of responsibility as well that aren't technically departments. So for housing, I want to just review the that we are, as you know, conducting a housing strategy project right now. We're in a phase 1 of that, where the consultants are engaged in really building their understanding of the housing environment and the context for Clear Creek County. The project is to help us as a county prioritize the items in the 2018 needs assessment and get us be in a position to use their expertise to create the infrastructure, the capacity to act on those priorities once we identify them. Right now, I think I think it's an accurate term to say that it's kind of a steering committee. George, Sally, and I are forming the steering committee and meeting with the consultants every 2 weeks. That may turn into every month, depending on how things go. And they have, they're right now scheduling a series of interviews with a variety of community members. We identified a bunch of different sectors of the community that we wanted to represent, employers, different business sectors, different municipalities, and got all those people identified, reached out to them, and the consultants are doing that work and scheduling those calls right now. Those should be completed in the next, about by mid-August, I think is when is the window that those will be completed. We'll synthesize that, present that information back to you all, and get additional feedback from you. That's about what we have laid out at this point, and then we're continuing to work with them on additional context that they need to build to start completing their phase 1 of the project.
I'd love to have maybe a more in-depth briefing in perhaps another setting or another time. I think this is pretty important work. I know we talked a lot about this in advance of the hiring of the consultants, and I feel kind of in the dark in terms of what's happening right now.
Yeah, and absolutely. And that's, we made that, we thought about that and wanted to make sure that when we had that next briefing, we were able to have that be substantive and be able to give you something to brief you on and to have you give you something to respond to, and still have plenty of opportunity to have useful input and feedback from you at that time before we're even close to doing anything with all the material we're collecting. So we wanted to add you in actually at the end of the feedback collection process instead of the beginning. So you could add in when you had more, when all the feedback was sort of in, not all, but when we completed the interview process with this group of stakeholders.
Okay, thanks.
And just adding a little bit to that, I think we thought that if they've had conversations and have more context, they'll be able to have a more rich conversation with you both. You know, we heard this, what do you think about that kind of thing? So I hope we got that one right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it comes to taking an action or something that's of consequence, that's where it comes in. And otherwise, we don't want to either muddy the water or see our time spent, you know, listening to just reading a bunch of stuff that doesn't, or having you put together a bunch of stuff for us to read, or meeting with us and doing it. I think I'm speaking for the same way that Sean is saying, and in a similar context, it's kind of like the stuff for the collaborative effort. If we're getting ready to make a commitment or position to the state or on the part of the county, then we want to get together with the BOC, either depending on whether it's a legal issue or whether it's one that should be in public, either in public or executive session, to inform you before doing it and make sure we have concurrence moving forward and putting the county in a given position, you know,
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
Contractually or whatever.
Yeah, we can't make this, we can't move anything forward, obviously, without you not being in the dark, Sean or Randy. So.
I think you got that backwards, but yeah.
Well, maybe.
Yeah,
a triple negative, maybe that was the problem with that sentence. So we do intend to have fuller briefings and provide and give you opportunities for much more rich input along the way. Second, we just wanted to touch base and let you know on the Dumont thing. We have discussed that. We are we've received the 3 proposals, and at this point we are in the process of designing what that public input phase is going to look like. Once we nail that down, reach out to the proposers, let them know what that's about, and start the process of getting that public meeting published and making sure the session is designed well and for success, setting and with clear goals. So that is what I wanted to share on housing. Anything else you wanted to add, or any questions, comments? Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about what is happening on the planning and building services side. And I think Fred may be out there, and that we could bring him over so he could add to this if need be. But as you know, we are in the process of updating the short-term rental policies. That review's underway. We have set up a public input page on the Clear Creek Forum and have invited people to participate in that through different means. We've set it out to the public through social media and through Beth's List, the famous Beth's List, and also through the internal lists that the planning and building team has, and have gotten good interaction on that. In addition, there's been some working sessions with the Planning Commission. They're holding a public hearing in August, and then we'll provide a formal recommendation to the BOCC.
Amy, quick
Yeah.
question on that. In the survey, is there a way for us to identify when someone's responding, whether they are an operator or a resident?
We have not, I don't believe we do have that, the ability to make that distinction. Fred, do you think we are able to do that? Not in a statistical way. I don't believe.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't know of an efficient way to do that other than asking a general question on the forum to say, are you an operator or are you another homeowner? Yeah. Then it would be up to them to decide whether they want to answer that question or not.
Right. We could have added that. That wouldn't have been a bad thing to do at all, you know, but we did not. So that may well have been a missed opportunity.
Well, we just need to, I think, keep that front of mind as we interpret the results of that survey. I read through it a little bit, and I think a lot of the comments were from operators. We certainly need the operators to help us understand that business model. And we need to know the values and the interests of the members of our community, because that's, I think, who we're advocating for in this.
Yeah. I have not taken a close look at that yet. And I mean, I certainly, public input in general is going to be broad, and regardless, well, it always has to be looked at through whatever lens is appropriate, right? I mean, if it is skewed to only to offer one perspective or is limited in some way, that's part of our responsibility, is to understand whatever way it might lean, so we can make sure to represent all aspects of public opinion the best we can. So maybe that's something we can consider as we move forward and gather public opinion and continue to gather public opinion as we go forward.
Okay, thank you.
And then we are also continuing to respond to your direction to build on to deliver a fiscal impact tool, and hope to offer a policy recommendation, not a recommendation, an initial discussion in August or September. And then let's see, the master plan, we have, after we had that presentation from Adam, we are going to work on trying to figure out the best way to approach this concept of a report card that doesn't, that's a balanced and still useful way to do this. And so I think what we have talked about, and Brian and I talked about this a little bit, is continuing to build on this through the context of the strategic objective around the master plan, and present a proposal for what this report card might look like, what the sort of maybe if you pretend it's a table, what the column headings might be, what sort of elements we would include in this report card. And I think our initial thought is that the report card would not focus on the 200 actionable items listed in Adam's report about the elements of the master plan, but maybe the goal, which was sort of the goals, which were kind of the mid-level, not the policy framework, 9 high-level items, not the 200 actionable items, but the goals. And I, there might be a little mixing and matching in there depending on what makes sense. We'll be thinking about things like how to think about the items in the master plan that are more ongoing versus the more finite items. But it is a very large task to consider developing a report card for how we are doing on something as gigantic as the master plan. So we want to make sure to be thoughtful about how we approach the concept of a report card for a master plan. So developing the report card in itself is going to not be a simple task, much less populating the report card. So I do think this is the kind of thing that will take us probably the remainder of the year, and we'll put some thought into developing the report card template. And I think it's obviously a worthwhile investment. The goal here is to decide how we want to use the community master plan, how we want it to serve us for our other planning processes, for the strategic planning that we're doing, how we want it to knit us together as an organization, and how we want to use it. And really, the analysis that Adam did, I think, is a great first step in helping elevate get the elements of the master plan a little bit more accessible to everyone, and be able to get it into should we choose to. I think that's still a report card is a good first step, and really deciding how to use it, I think, is still something that we want to make an explicit decision about here. And that's what this project is about. That's why I think you asked for this as a strategic objective. or that's the question before you, and that's what we're trying to do here. So
I have a related question, and I think this effort is very appropriate, and I think having some sort of a process to measure ourselves is crucial. What is the process for essentially keeping the master plan relevant? And I'm not saying it's not relevant, but a lot has happened in the Front Range since that plan was last updated before my time here at the county. What does that look like?
Well, I will answer that briefly and then toss that to you, Fred. But there's that we update the master plan on some regular period of time. So I think updating the master plan is how it would be kept relevant. And Fred, maybe you can answer the question about how those updates work and what our obligation is statutorily, if anything, to the update process.
Yeah, essentially that's how we keep the master plan relevant, is by doing a formal update, usually every 5 to 10 years. I haven't, usually you don't update something as big as a master plan in less than 5 years. Number one, because of cost, but two, because of the effort. It's a pretty large effort. Usually take a couple years to update. But when we do that update, that's when we consider all of those factors. We consider what's going on within the county. We consider what's going on outside of the county, and so on and so forth. There is an opportunity. We've never done it before in this county, but you could consider a mini update or a technical revision or a specific revision to the master plan in between those updates, if there is some targeted thing that we've identified that maybe we think is just completely out of whack or something like that. And you could ask the Planning Commission to consider that particular technical update or specific update.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And so just moving right along here, we are also, I think we will also be bringing before you some additional potential updates to other regulations listed here. And we had shared these with you in our list of 2021 work programs that Fred had presented earlier this year. Some revisions to the special events permits, some setback issues, and we will likely be bringing before you a proposal for a rural remote overlay, which could add some conservation protections to certain areas of the county that would be an additional protections for some lands that are in need. I wanted to just share a tiny bit about some of the staffing updates. We have been doing some reorganization of staffing in the planning and building services teams to improve our customer service and permit intake capabilities, adding a little horsepower to the front counter, and in adding an enforcement code officer half-time position. So that is good news, and we're hoping to get these positions hired. We have 2 front counter positions that are going to be involved in permit service support and general departmental support as well. Okay, that is basically what I've got to share on the planning and building services side. Anything to add or comments, questions?
If we get through the conversations that you have set the goal for here, I will be satisfied, impressed, and grateful.
Excellent. Okay, on the recreation side, I wanted to add one thing that I didn't include in the memo that you have, which is just that the GOCO planning and capacity grants have been published, which means we'll be able to go to them for a grant for the recreation and the outdoors management plan. That cycle. They have several cycles. Their fall cycle has a concept paper that is due August 23rd. It's not a super heavy lift to get that concept paper in, and we have the materials prepared from the CPW grant. So we should be able to get in on the fall cycle. I did speak with our representative there, and she still feels positive about our project, and even as envisioned in the one we submitted to CPW. So I do intend to move forward with the with submitting to GOCO. We can think a little bit about whether to try to divide the project into phases as we had intended for the CPW project. That was mostly because of the caps on that particular grant program. We may be able to apply for the whole thing. We can just we'll have to do a little math on that to see whether we need to divide it into phases for this or not. So more to come on that, but I wanted to share that with you. Yeah, the Trails program got a new truck. We thought that was kind of exciting. They're excited about that. And they are busy working on building the Gold Digger Trail around the high school, which I think is going to be a great asset. That's an exciting kind of partnership across different entities in the county. And let's see, you saw the open space quarterly report last week, so I won't go into too much detail there. They do have they have just these two big projects that they are working on that are grant funded: the Floyd Hill open space parking lot and the Peaks to Plains Trail in the Canyon, which is underway and under construction. Any questions or comments on the open space trails recreation side?
Yeah, I was thinking of Tom Hayden when he talked about the truck. I just want to make sure everybody knows that wasn't a new truck, wasn't it? That a recycled truck from EMS?
It was, yes, yes, new to the Trails crew.
Yeah.
They now have air conditioning, and which is a big advancement for those guys, and are just super psyched to have a new crew cab truck, and with things like a radio, and they got their Trails crew decals on it. You know, they're very excited about it. So it's a great way to go. Okay, so on the transportation side, we do have, you know, a lot of projects going on in the county, and luckily we just had that CDOT update too. So a lot of that is was recently shared with you, so we don't need to go into too much detail here. CDOT continues to work on finalizing and cleaning up in the final stages of the westbound peak period lane that is getting finalized. Floyd Hill is underway. It does sound like the environmental assessment is really and truly coming out. They have been saying that for months, but it should be really out in early August, according to what we heard at the I-70 Coalition last week. And one thing they didn't mention at the CDOT quarterly meeting is that a couple of the early action projects, in addition to these two roundabouts that are going to be built at the top of Floyd Hill, which will really improve life for folks who live on Floyd Hill and improve traffic flow over there a lot, is that they're going to build two park and rides that are going to be helpful at the two informal lots that are there right now. There's one at CR 60 at County Road 65 and US 40. That's kind of a little informal lot right there. And then there's another one over kind of in front of that Ski Country antique shop that sometimes is a bus stop. And both of those are going to be improved into real parking lots. The one by the easternmost one by CR 65 is likely to be built into a 100-spot parking lot that will be a real microtransit hub for that Pegasus microtransit system. And so that's not insignificant. That's going to be a real cool thing that's actually happening. And the other lot is probably what we're talking about there is creating some sort of flex spot where things like moving trucks can meet and do offloading of handing off cargo to each other. Cargo, is that the right word? Payload stuff, which they do in that spot right now, but creating a easier place for them to enter and exit and turn around for semis that enter there. A place for a school bus to pull in and out, which they do there already, but formalize that a little bit more. And Beth, a roundabout bus stop potentially, all in sort of a flex pull in and out sort of spot with more formalized parking there as well. So that's really a nice thing that is happening that was not mentioned, but I just wanted to mention.
So Amy, I'm very familiar with the two dirt lots, and the dirt lot that's kind of across from the Marte building to the east. I'm guessing like 24 cars might fit there now. What are they going to do to put 100 cars there? Or are you talking about a different piece of real estate that they're going to build that?
The one that's to the east at CR 65 and 40.
It's right as you get off of Beaverbrook heading westbound on I-70.
Yeah.
It's right where you would end up.
Yeah, well, they would basically use up the full space in between 40 and Interstate 70.
You guys are talking two different places.
Okay.
You were talking up by the Mart, I think, Sean, and that one really has only about 24. And Amy's talking about the one down at the bottom of the hill at the intersection at 65, which has a little more room down
Oh,
there.
like near the Evergreen Fire Station down there.
Yeah, to the east.
Yeah. Well, that one doesn't have a huge amount of space. The one on the south side of I-70 has more, right?
Well, the one on the north side of I-70, that is by where the easternmost roundabout will be, that's at the westbound. This is hard to talk about without a map, but it's the one right now where that guy is selling pumpkin bread and banana bread every time.
Yeah.
That one is the one that would be the 100-car spot, and they would expand that with a retaining wall towards I-70, right?
I got you. Okay.
Fill up
Yeah,
that
I'm just
space.
curious. I don't have
Yeah.
any real comments other than
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
a good thing.
My
Yeah.
only comment is I think that's a good idea to formalize those because they're kind of turning into flea markets and used car lots.
Yeah.
And it would be good.
Banana bread, yeah.
It might discourage those functions a little bit, or unless we think they're valuable functions.
I've never bought the banana bread from that guy, but anyway, so I just wanted, but I thought that was something that is a nice thing that's happening for us that is was not mentioned. And then, Brian and I are continuing to work on the strategic planning work, and we are also making progress on the Clear Creek Forum. As we just mentioned, we're using it for the short-term rental thing, and we'll be also incorporating the Clear Creek Forum into the 445 West Dumont public input process. There'll be a page there, and people will be invited to weigh in on the different projects there in advance of the public meeting. And so little by little, we are working on utilizing that a little bit more. And then I also wanted to just share that, we do have Nevin Mandel here, and he has started his 2-year fellowship as of last Tuesday. He's supporting the planning and building services team with being at the front counter while we're trying to hire these people. And that's been just a critical help. He will be weighing in and helping out as much as he can with the housing project. He may take on some individual projects like things like we have a Northwest Cog weatherization program that he could kind of just take on as his. He's hopefully going to help me with this planning grant, and maybe he can take over and really help make some progress with the Clear Creek Forum. He's going to help with some stuff with the website and help us get some content updated on there. And I'm hoping to have him start shadowing me on various transportation project meetings, so he can just start plugging in and really coming to understand as much as he can about rural county government, because that's really what he's here to do, and why DOLA has sponsored him and this project. And he's just been an excellent addition to the team so far. I'm really happy to have him here. And that's that. 10:01, George.
Oh, I mean, I think if you're done.
That is the extent of my report. Yes, if you guys have any other questions for me.
I think the only
I
thing
did.
I'll just add real quick on transportation is that we did determine also from the CDOT again because they're doing a presentation on the Floyd Hill package and the EA the other day at the coalition and it was a little unclear, but that definitely the viaduct version is still the priority and the expectation that's coming out of that. And the only reason I bring that up is some recent press, TV and otherwise that came out of that Senate Bill 260 stuff and other attention to Floyd Hill showed pictures of the whole tunnel. They showed the whole rendition and they showed the whole tunnel version to the public as though that's what was coming out. And the concern was at the coalition meeting, we wanted to hear CDOT state that it's not like they sent that to the public so that the public would have that expectation. They said, no, they definitely are under the expectation that the viaduct version, which we prefer, is the one they're still coming out with. So.
Very good. I see Nevin has joined here. Nevin, I don't know if you want to turn on your video and say hello. I don't know if you have a video on your current workspace. He may be engaged with customers right now.
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to cross them over like 3 times. It took a while to
Oh, that's okay.
come over.
Well, just in case you're listening, Nevin, welcome to the team. We've had some really, really great experiences with Best and Brightest Scholars, and we look forward to you being the next one.
I repeat that. Yeah, I met Nevin the other day at the annex and said almost word for word what you just said.
Yeah, it's been great.
Okay, well, thank you for that update, Amy.
Yes, thank you.
The next thing on our agenda, I'm talking slow while I scroll up there. Local Liquor Licensing Authority. So consideration of, we're now sitting as the local liquor licensing authority to consider our response to State Liquor Enforcement Division to object or not object to a temporary sales room permit application submitted by Slaymaker Sellers PBC for the Glacier Fest. Nanette, can you explain this one to us?
Yes, good morning. All the information is in my memo. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into. This is an application for an already licensed entity to have a sales room at a special event. It's being held in conjunction with Glacier Fest. They have traffic control already. The event is usually very well organized. We have not had any problems with the way the event has run historically. The only reason that it comes to the local authority is for us to quickly review it. We have a very limited time frame to do so. It gives us 8 days per statute to say we object or we don't object to the granting of this tasting room license. And we have very specific criteria, which I've listed on the bottom of the first page, and this is just the first page of the memo, for which we could object to the issuance by the state for this tasting room to occur. And those reasons are related to traffic noise, zoning violations, or if it would violate local zoning laws. I quickly polled all of our normal reviewing departments for a liquor license. None of them objected. Road and Bridge chimed in late in the day yesterday and said they don't have any problems with the way parking and traffic flow is handled up there. No safety issues. The event coordination group for Glacier Fest has managed all of Road and Bridge's concerns very well. So basically, we're just bringing the application to the board for your comments and some direction on whether you would like to object or not object and allow the state to issue the permit. If we don't respond, the state will go ahead and issue it anyway. And Kent Slaymaker is here. I apologize if you have any questions for him.
Hi, Kent, do you have anything to add?
No, that sums it up. Thanks for having me. But I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
I don't have any objections.
Me neither. My read on the application is that you've gone above and beyond in what you're going to do to make sure that your serving alcohol in a safe manner. Thanks for that. I don't have any objections.
Same.
Excellent. We'll let the state know. Thank you.
Thanks, Nanette, for handling that.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Nanette and Mr. Slaymaker. Next up, we have the consent agenda. Is anybody requesting anything be pulled? Okay.
Since we don't appear to be pressed for time today, and if Beth is prepared, I'd be kind of curious to hear a little bit of a readout of item number 3.
Okay. Why don't we just get that readout now and we can just include them all.
Okay.
Okay, hi. Yeah, transit seems to be doing really well with getting assistance from above during the COVID pandemic. This is another set of funding that they have offered to us kind of based on population and service. And this amount, this 232 is actually for 3 years. And so we've kind of budgeted for our department at about 77,000 per year for this funding. This is the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. So this did come down through CDOT and the FTA. And we are just trying to budget it accordingly for the next, try and make it last for the 3 years. However, they do like you to try and spend as much of it as possible, as quickly as possible, because they want to know that it is responding to the pandemic directly. So we have, we're using it definitely to offset admin and operating costs right now. As you know, we just went through a rebranding process that will, I think that is pretty much paid off, but we did just wrap all 3 buses. And you might know we did in all of the buses install the kind of the plexiglass shields in between each row and around the driver. Those were all pretty expensive, but that did help us maintain 50% service for transit during the pandemic. And so this kind of money will help us offset those kind of costs. Does that help you out, or did you have any more questions?
Yeah, thanks. I guess one of the things I'm curious about, it's a little bit off topic, but what kind of criteria do we have for retrofitting the buses back for their full capacity? It's probably some kind of a conversation with Tim and his staff, I would guess.
Yeah, you know, we haven't even talked about removing those items out of the bus. You know, I don't know, the enclosure around the driver is actually kind of nice. I'd have to talk to them and see if they, just hate it, or if, they're ready for it to come back out. But it is all made so that you can take it in or out if you want to. So, but right now everything is still left in place, and we still have people wear masks on the bus.
Okay, thanks for your update.
And just kind of building on that, I think I got a little confused. Are the barriers, that plexiglass, is it reducing the capacity of the buses in any way?
No, it's just putting like a plexiglass window between each row of seats, and then it puts a plexiglass enclosure around the driver. So it doesn't actually block off rows or anything like that. It's kind of, call it like a cough shield. So, so you can't cough on the people in front of you. Yeah, sneeze guard. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
Now to move, we approve the consent agenda. Well, actually, you haven't presented it yet.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we'll get right to that. Item number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration of approval of resolution 21-56 to revise credit card policy. Number 3, consideration of approval of State of Colorado subaward agreement for Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act funding.
Now I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and so we have
18 minutes.
18 minutes. Shall we continue to chip away at executive session items, or shall we take some time to ourselves? What's our pleasure?
I think,
Yeah,
well,
Alyssa's
is
here.
there-
too.
what's that?
Alyssa's here too, if you guys wanted to do the 10:30 early.
Is that something of public interest that we want to do at the right time since it precedes the COVID-19 update? What are your thoughts?
Those are my thoughts. Yeah, I think we might want to do that one on time.
Yep.
I mean, I could use a short break, or is there, I mean, but it's not that critical. I mean, we could roll right into, if there's something we can get done during executive session.
Our next oh, sorry, Randy.
So that's the only thing. If there's an item that's small enough to fit into a window there, and that would be Peter's call, I think.
Our next opportunity to take a break would be around noon. So I think maybe I'm motivated to
Take a break.
yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, and we're gonna go on a little break until 10:30 when we will discuss the county COVID-19 vaccine data. Looks like 10:30 is right around the corner. Okay, it's 10:30. We'll get started as soon as the team is assembled.
As soon as Randy gets here.
By the way, public announcement, I just updated my Zoom and all the problems I've been having with it appear to have gone away. So I think there's a Zoom update that we may want to consider out there.
Yeah, I noticed this morning mine did that random thing where all of a sudden it made me, tell them who I was again, identify myself instead of just going on. So.
Thanks. I'll update my software. I mean, I haven't been having problems, but. Okay, so it is 10:30. Alyssa has dug into an analysis of vaccine rates, and I'm wondering, we seem to have, I was thinking that, oh yeah, Tim Ryan, Suzanne Bocha, we might want to pull them over, maybe Matt Taylor as well.
Yes, please, Matt, as well.
Not sure who else has been involved, but if you're on staff and you've been involved and want to participate, just raise your hand. Thanks, Tim. And oh, who's kicking this one off? I see Alyssa is on the agenda as the presenter. Tim, do you want to maybe give it a start?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. This is the pre-COVID update discussion vaccine. As you probably have noticed, our vaccine rate has inched up ever so slightly. We're just below 63% of our eligible population with one dose and almost 59% fully vaccinated. So we're inching our way towards sanity. And Alyssa, we have downloaded the data from CDPHE websites, and Alyssa has done a bit of a breakdown and analysis of who's been vaccinated, who hasn't, more importantly, and what we might do about that.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. All right. So this data is all from June 28th, 2021. So a couple of days ago, it's not that out of date. We haven't vaccinated too many people. So the overall analysis shouldn't be that different. As of June 28th, we had vaccinated 9,366. And then this is the breakdown of which type of vaccine we have given. You will see on here that there's a third and fourth dose of Moderna, as well as a third dose of Pfizer. The reason behind that is that there was one site in the state that had temperature control issues and they had to redose some people. So some people were recommended to either get a third or a fourth dose. So that is what's showing up on here. Feel free to stop me if you have questions. This is just the breakdown of total. As you can see, Moderna, obviously, we have significantly more because more places are giving that. And then Johnson & Johnson is the least amount that have been vaccinated. This is vaccine by count. The reason that I wanted to show you this is just to see if there was a trend in rates dropping off. And as you can see, there definitely is a trend of that. Our biggest day was February 16th, where we vaccinated 311 people. One other thing that I quickly want to say is that this is total vaccines in the county, including the vaccines that public health has given. If you got vaccinated anywhere, you're showing up on this. So it's not just ones that we have given.
Quick question on this slide. Does anybody recall what was going on May 18th?
164.
We just got a big spike there.
I don't know. Do we remember when the governor announced the $1 million? That's the only thing that I can think of that would impact that. I don't know what day that was, but I'm definitely happy to look that up.
Yeah, just curious.
Yeah, any other questions on this slide? Okay. This is vaccine count by age. So what I was really curious about is where the gaps are by age group. What started this investigation on my part is to try to figure out what communication efforts we've done so far and how we can potentially shift those communication efforts based on what demographics we still have left to vaccinate. So as you can see, the 12, let me quickly just explain. The blue is vaccine count. So that's the actual number that's been vaccinated. The green is population. And the way that I got that population number, it's the 2019 American Community Survey and the 2021 population forecast from the state demographer's office averaged. I worked with Matt on this. He felt like that was a safe bet on how to get as close of the population as possible. But yeah, so as you can see, 12 to 17, we have significant work to do there, which makes sense. They're the latest group that has been able to be vaccinated. We're doing really well in 65 up, which is great. I'm really happy to see that. And then this is vaccine count by gender. The bars on the bottom are what have been vaccinated. The lines on the top are census. So we don't have gender for the 2021 population estimate from the demographer's office. We only have gender from the 2019 American Community Survey. So that's what those numbers are. But I just wanted to show where we are by gender. Again, doing really well in that 65 up. And then this is a map that Matt Taylor put together. Thank you to him for doing this. Just some quick caveats about this. The locations that were provided in the vaccine data, it's not as clean as we would like for it to be. So we did the best that we could with that information. And by that, I mean, so there's a column for city that that person is associated to, zip code that that person is associated to, as well as the location that they got their vaccine. And so you would think that the zip code in the city would match, but in some cases they do not. For example, one person has Netherlands listed as their city, but their zip code is 80444, which is Georgetown. So there's not a ton of those, but I just wanted to let you know that it's not as clean as we would like for it to be. The colors on this map do not correlate with total opportunity. They're just showing you the breakdown. And Matt, feel free to pipe in if there's anything that you want to say about this map.
I'll just add that this was done by zip code boundary.
Right. So it's not indicative of percentages or anything like that because some of the zip codes are very sparsely populated.
Exactly.
Silver Plume Empire have they represent areas that tiny towns and very few houses outside the towns in those areas. So the post office and I know a box holder mailing in Empire is about 200 and some pieces, I think, or something like that. So,
Matt, do you see value in looking at the population estimates by zip code? Do we have that data to take this map from showing the count of people that are vaccinated to trying to get a percentage?
Good question. And actually, Alyssa asked that to me, I think, when we first started looking at this. Initially, I wasn't aware of any population information by zip code. I did do some Google searching and actually did find some data, but I was unable to verify the source of it. And so I couldn't really say if it was from census or really who put it together. So it might be possible, but I was cautious to utilize it.
Yeah, so therefore this data doesn't tell us a lot without a corresponding population data to go with it. So,
Unfortunately, no, and we'll keep looking. That was my goal with this map, was to show percentage completed. But unfortunately, Matt and I weren't able to get there in this time frame. But he and I will keep looking and see if we can find some good data from a reliable source. Any other questions about this map? All right. So I want to talk a little bit about opportunity. This is a similar graph as what I showed before. Left is vaccines that have already been administered. Green is population. On the bottom, this top row is percentage to completion based on the census. This middle row is percentage of opportunity per the COVID community impact survey. And so one of the questions that we asked on that survey was, do you intend on getting a COVID vaccine? And the responses could have been, yes, I already received it. Yes, I plan on getting it. Maybe I might get it, or no, I don't plan on getting it. And so what I did is added the yeses and the don't knows to try to figure out what that percentage of unvaccinated but potentials would be. So that's what that number is, and then the ages on the bottom.
Okay, and that explains the 0% and the 12 to 17, because we didn't have any 12 to 17-year-olds respond to the survey.
Exactly.
so the upper line though, the 30%, what that is the percentage of population that has been vaccinated. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yep.
And the bottom is that the additional percentage that is potentially there based on their response to the survey.
Yep.
And so if you added the two together, it gives you an idea of what your ultimate final result could be.
Exactly.
Perfect world, assuming you vaccinated everybody who wanted to be.
Exactly. And the caveat with that is when people responded to that survey, they may have already been vaccinated. And so it's really hard to know whether they are still included in this percentage of opportunity.
Yeah, what that really means. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I just wanted to show it again. This is just a different breakdown.
And
So-
maybe then it this way, can you go back?
Sure.
So another way to think about it, and maybe you've done it this way, is to use the survey data to tell you what the population as a whole might be willing to do, and then subtract from it what's already there, and the remainder is, and that would probably give you a little different answer than this one, I'm guessing, but.
Yeah, that's a good point. I can definitely run those numbers.
And I don't
too.
know it's any more accurate. It's just another way to approach an inaccurate answer.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we try to do the best we can with these types of data sets. Things are changing every day.
That survey data, though, we had a very robust response rate, and they estimated, I think, at 95% confidence interval of 3%.
Yep.
So, plus minus 3%, or 95% confident that that's where the community is.
Yeah, we had about 980 people fill it out roughly, which was very statistically significant.
Yeah, so what you could do by age is, if you felt it was robust, is again project the total number from the survey, what the total number is you could ever achieve, subtract from that by age group. I'm saying the same thing again, kind of the amount you have achieved, and then have both a percentage and a raw number by age group of what you could potentially achieve with. And then the next question is, all we need now is a way to get it done,
Mhm.
a way to
Right.
contact them, a way to get them in.
Right, exactly.
To them or something,
Right. So this last slide is very similar to that. I just wanted to show it in a different format. Sometimes reading it in a different format helps me. So again, left side is percent vaccinated. The middle is percent to be vaccinated. And then the right is percent of opportunity per the survey results.
And so those, the way I'm reading that last column, and somebody correct me if I'm interpreting it wrong, that's the number of folks or the percentage of folks who indicated that they would be interested in getting the vaccine and haven't gotten around to it yet.
Exactly. That's the number we should be shooting for.
And okay. And the reason I'm wanting to be careful about that distinction is because that's a lower hanging fruit than trying to convince people who, we know there are a few folks out there who don't want to get the vaccine for various reasons. We see that the vast majority of people, I think 85% want to get the vaccine. A lot of them have followed through, and some of them are like me, where they decide they want to go to the dentist, and then sometime within 6 to 12 months, they actually do it.
Yeah, and as I look at it, as I glance at the 18 to 34 up through 55 to 64, you notice that the older they are, the closer the willingness to get vaccinated matches the unvaccinated percentage, which makes sense because you're since you know that it's more threatening to older people, they're more likely to take it seriously. And since in the younger ages, they know that it's very unlikely to be fatal to them, or at least less likely. Tim can correct me on that and put a better context to it, then the motivation's a little bit lower in general. And until you hit the high level where, interestingly, the 65 to 74 group is kind of like a bigger percentage off, but that's because at 91% vaccinated, you can assume that a greater percentage of those that are not vaccinated choose not to be, just because there's only 9% of them left to go. And the good news for us as managers, I would think, and again, this is more Tim to say, is that among those who are most at risk, absolutely the most at risk, we've really captured the lion's share.
Kind of interesting that there's a statistical dip in the 45 to 54.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I don't have the survey data in front of me. I think the variance there is the willingness. Well, actually, I mean, if you just look at the percent vaccinated, 35 to 44 is doing pretty well.
It's pretty much the same as 55 to 64, and there's a dip in the middle, which is odd.
It is.
Yeah, that's what I see in the number that have gotten there, and the yeah.
Those are the year like when your kids are in high school and you're at your wit's end. Maybe that's something to do with it.
The other thing I think to take away from this is that we're only at 30% for the 12 to 17 group. And that's something that we really need to work on as we move into the fall.
I think Sean hit it. Their kids are teenagers and they're hiding under the couch. The parents are, so they don't even know what's going on. That's we're going to get in trouble for having said that, but it's true.
I'm not going to hypothesize to the reason or rationale behind it, but I think there is a strong correlation between that age bracket and the probability of them having a 12 to 17-year-old is probably quite high. So those two numbers do go together for whatever reason or rationale we might think of.
And if we're thinking in terms of households, it kind of looks like there's a pretty clear group of folks to go after, right? Parents and their children. I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, if you've got kids, it's been a tough year. You've been running around doing a lot, or sitting at your home doing a lot. So, Tim, I'm kind of curious, how does this land on you in terms of like the information is very interesting. I think it could guide, a strategic approach to getting to the goal. So maybe, Tim, what do you have as a goal in terms of vaccination rates? And how does this land on you in terms of how we might respond to this info?
So generally speaking, this is about what I would expect, just having paid attention for the last 7 months to what was going on and who we were vaccinating. As far as a goal is concerned, my answer today is different than my answer would have been 4 months ago, primarily because of the Delta variant. which, as we'll talk about at the next half an hour, it really underscores the need to get vaccinated. And the longer we allow this to go on, the greater the probability for an additional or more dangerous variant. So, and the transmissibility of the Delta variant and the level it's at requires a much higher bar, if you will, and a minimum of vaccination rate. So we're now in the 75 to 85% to really be comfortable. You know, the initial discussion was anywhere from 70 to 80%. The Delta variant is changing that narrative. So personally, 75 to 85 would be where we want to be. As far as a plan to address this, the first and foremost, and what we've been talking about for the last several minutes, is that group, the 12 to 17-year-old and their parents. I'm in the process of working with the school district. We're going to get a letter directly to every parent in the middle school, high school, discussing the facts and discussing the reality if we don't get vaccinated from the school's perspective. So hopefully that will move the needle a little bit. But as far as the other age groups, you know, we're going to continue to do what we're doing, pairing the testing site on Tuesdays with the vaccine site. In addition, they're getting 10 to 15 tests a week. Unfortunately, most of those folks are symptomatic, which we cannot vaccinate. We need to wait post confirmation and then months after that. So we'll see what that does as well, but really targeting the middle school, high school kids. And obviously, aside to that would be the eventual vaccination of the younger kids under 12. I imagine a lot of those parents have not only a middle school, high schooler, but also a younger kid as well, potentially. So I'm really just trying to ramp up our efforts and get the word out before that is even approved so that folks can get that as soon as possible.
Thank you. And related to that, one of the ideas that's being tossed around for the remaining CARES money, this idea would come to the board for approval, is doing vaccine, not persuasion work, but motivation work. That can look in a lot of different ways. Alyssa and I have had meetings with some, I think, more traditional marketing firms. And the recommendation was that, you know, it feels like maybe we've reached what we needed, what we can with the mass communication approach. Maybe there's some low-hanging fruit in some social media platforms that we haven't engaged on, et cetera. But really, they pointed us towards what is now called social marketing firms. These are firms that make direct contacts, right? They make phone calls to people, or they organize volunteers to make phone calls or knock on doors. And so Sean and Randy, we're sort of looking into what that could look like and what it could cost. And if we think it sounds like a good idea, we'll be coming to you. And I'll just share my own perspective that there's, I assume it's a broadly shared perspective, that there's a lot of value in a high vaccination rate as we go back into the school year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree with that. Yep.
Yeah, my only question is one of, I mean, obviously we want to respect people's privacy, but the other one is just, are we doing things that are actually have a good chance of yielding some results and making a difference?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever we do, we should try to be effective for sure. Whatever, I mean, be surgical and get in there and get it done in whatever way we can without, again, invading people's privacy. You know, find a way to do it sensitively, legally.
Yeah. And just to clarify, I mean, absolutely, like absolutely that would be a requirement, not like absolutely I know that it will be effective, just to make sure. Other thoughts from the group about how this information might guide our efforts? Or
I think one thing that I would be really curious to hear, and I know we probably gathered some of this anecdotally, but just what are the reasons why people are choosing not to get vaccinated? I mean, I think for a while the reason was simple, right? It was because they were hard to get and you had to be very proficient at screwing around with websites and all the rest of that to actually get on the calendar. And that's no longer the case. So I know that there's a significant tranche of people who are waiting for full FDA approval, or at least that's what they're telling me. But beyond that, I mean, I think that there's a certain group of people who, for whatever reason, are never going to get it. And that's fine, right? But who are the other people? I don't understand that.
The other people, so I've been trying to ask people as they get vaccinated, you know, what was your delay? Why are you here today, not 6 weeks ago or 12 weeks ago? And I sort of liken it to the flu vaccine, right? You don't get a flu vaccine unless you deem it a direct risk to you to get the flu, right? So you have people right now who they're not anti-vaxxers. You're right. Those are the people who aren't, no matter what we do or say, they're not going to get vaccinated. They will get COVID, but they're not going to get vaccinated. So it's that next group of people that need to understand the risk that COVID poses to them and address that risk in a serious way and get vaccinated, right? Right now, they don't, 20 somethings, 30 something, 40 somethings, they're healthy individuals and they think, I'm not going to get COVID. If I do get COVID, it'll be fine. I'll sort of ride it out. And those are the folks right now. So addressing that perspective, I think is one of our key goals, right? Is to relate to folks how dangerous and serious it is, particularly with the Delta variant. Things are changing dramatically across the state and across the country.
I think,
Go ahead, George.
Oh, I was just going to say, I suspect people are also motivated by like benevolence, right? And just knowing, like, I got the vaccine not to save my life, but to save somebody else's life, right? Because
So you wouldn't be a conduit, so it wouldn't bounce between two people from somebody to somebody else through you.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's that. And then I think that Tim hit on it. It's taking it seriously. I mean, even with the variants, I know that psychologically, once you feel that urgency drop out from under you because you've gotten vaccinated, as an example, you start feeling immortal again, subconsciously. And the really hard part, I think the most effective way, and I've advocated from the beginning, is that surgical piece where certain people are authorized to know and do know, but that's the sensitivity shown. Talked it a little bit ago, the privacy issue. Some people are authorized to know, like Tim, and do know who the individuals are, that for him to share that with the rest of us or the operatives who would do the direct outreach, would be a violation of HIPAA, for example. And so how do you cross that hurdle between having buried, in a place that's secure because it should be, the information, some of the information that we know about who individually is and is not, because we have population information, in different databases, is how to find a way to do that that's completely respectful and it's not, as we've proven, it's not an easy task, to figure out how to get to the people that Tim and a few other people know haven't been vaccinated and know who they are. Because you got to put a system in place to reach them. And then that system has to be secure enough for them to know. And then there's the second piece, which is them having been offended that anyone even knew and called them, that their privacy feels insecure regardless of who they get the call from.
And let me just clarify, I'm not combing through lists, knowing names, and I have lots more to do than that. But to your point, Randy, I think it speaks to the difficulty and challenge of how do we identify people, how do we reach out to them, and then how do we get them in without supposedly knowing at the same time, or having the limited staff who can only know, right? It's literally 4 people, the 3 nurses and myself. And so right now, do we have time to call 2,000 people and ask them to get vaccinated? So it's really trying to find the right ingredients or the right algorithm, and how do we identify those people, reach out to them, and then get them in, most importantly.
Right. Right.
So
And let me be really clear about this. I'm not saying that there's anyone should feel from this conversation that there's any threat to their security out there. In fact, it's the opposite of that. It's that we recognize that, that people fill out a form when they get vaccinated, just like your doctor knows that you've been vaccinated if you go to the doctor. And so that those are opportunities to know and act on it, but that's pretty sacred stuff. We hold that, that's got to remain private. And so how do you put it out into a system that allows you to reach people and reach out to them without violating that? And it's technically a very difficult thing to accomplish just by itself.
yeah, I mean, to be quite frank, right now, my number one priority is to protect the schools. Adults are adults. They do what they want to do and are responsible for their behavior. It's really addressing the schools. Our number one priority is to keep kids in school every day this year. And in order to do that, we need measures in place that will help protect them. As you all know, the elementary kids are completely unprotected, unvaccinated at this point. And really trying to address at least the middle school and high school and get them to a level that we can go without masks, or we can relax other things because we have a vaccination rate that is high enough. So that's our goal in working with the school district and trying to make that a reality. Educating our kids is our primary goal, and hoping to achieve that this year again.
Okay, well, thank you. Lots to think about. I'm sure there's more to come. Should we not really shift gears? I think it's the same people.
Thanks, Alyssa, for your effort on this.
Yeah, it's really good to see this stuff, and I'm hopeful now that we've built the process, we can update it maybe monthly, or I don't know.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that now that we know how to get the data from the state and I have everything built. I can absolutely do monthly updates.
Great. Any other words? I notice anybody from staff have an unspoken comment on vaccine rate and that data? Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the update. Tim?
All righty. Good morning, everyone, again. So starting with the numbers, as we have for the many past months. Nationally, we are at 33.8+ million confirmed cases across the US. The case rate, the number of new cases has actually increased a fair bit over the last week and a half. We're now at 23,025 per day as a 7-day average, significant jump. Hospitalizations continue to be high and are increasing significantly in some regions in this country, predominantly in the unvaccinated areas. Fatalities, we have lost 607,445 Americans to date. Current rate of death is 224+ per day as a 7-day average. Test positivity rate has increased across the country. It's now at 4.4%. Contributing factors to the spread, the Delta variant, first and foremost. It is now the predominant variant in this country. Similarly, in Colorado, it is 90+% of our cases now in the state of Colorado. Other major factors, the unvaccinated. 95+% of the cases that we see now and hospitalizations are all in the unvaccinated. So as I've stated a million times, it is not a matter of if, but when you get COVID if you are unvaccinated. Vaccination rate across the country, we are at 48.5% who are fully vaccinated and 56.1% who have one plus dose. Here in Colorado, similar trend across Colorado. Number of new cases has actually increased over the last 2 weeks. Now in excess of 479 per day as a 7-day average. This is right in line with what we saw last year as a 4th of July bump, if you will. All the barbecues and get-togethers. The Delta variant, obviously, as I stated, the #1 variant in the state now. It will be 100% of cases within a week or so. 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 86 per 100,000. Hospitalizations here in Colorado, we've seen a slight increase across the state over the last week. Not only does the Delta variant appear to be far more transmissible, it also appears to have far more hospitalizations associated with it as a percentage. Hospitalization. So currently 32% of ICU ventilators are in use across the state, and 83% of hospital ICU beds are currently in use. There are currently 320 individuals hospitalized with confirmed COVID, an increase from last week. Test positivity rate across the state is at 2.7. Major contributing factors, Delta variant, and the unvaccinated. Again, the cases that we see now are completely and almost completely concentrated in the unvaccinated population. Vaccination rate here in Colorado, we're at 58% of the population 12 and above with a single dose, and 52% of those 12 and above who are fully vaccinated. Here in Clear Creek County, over the last 7 days, we've had 1 case, 3 in the last 2 weeks, and 483 to date, all in the unvaccinated. Hospitalizations and deaths have remained steady at 24 and 3 respectively. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is now 31 per 100,000, a slight increase from last week. 2-week test positivity rate is at 6.2%. Contributing factors, the unvaccinated, the Delta variant. Testing updates. We're continuing to test every week on Tuesdays, 10 to 2 over in the lot between the bus barn and the old high school football field. As I said, we're in the process of talking about pairing that with a vaccine clinic simultaneously, challenged by the folks who show up who are symptomatic. We cannot vaccinate them. Vaccine update, as we just discussed, we're almost at 63% of the eligible population who have received 1 dose, and at 58.7% of the eligible population are fully immunized. So still some work to do, but we are doing a little bit better than we are nationally and across the state. So, but still work to do, as we have just discussed. Any questions on that?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the dial dashboard, and it's the northwest portion of the state has had pretty high rates exceeding 300 per 100,000 for maybe a month plus. And I'm curious if you have heard anything or have any information about the state of hospital capacity, given that they've had pretty high rates for a while.
Yeah, so what this has turned into is a regional pandemic. There are obviously spots in this state and in this country that are doing exceptionally well. Vaccination rates in 80 plus, case counts next to 0. You have other spots, some states and areas within states that have excess number of cases and hospitalizations. Unfortunately, and we talked about this 2 weeks ago, what you're seeing is in the more rural places where the vaccination rate is quite low in a number of areas, and hospitalization doesn't exist there. So those folks are being transferred to other hospitals, the regional hospitals, the Front Range, et cetera. So they might not be showing up in those counties per se, but they're being transferred. So there are a number of counties in this state, which is true across the entire country, where the case counts are quite high. Vaccination rates are quite low. Direct correlation there between those two realities. So public health has done all they can in those counties, but as you imagine, the folks in those counties are not interested in what public health has to say anymore. They stopped listening long ago. And so right now, they're sort of letting it run out. There's not much they can do. Folks refuse to get vaccinated. Folks refuse to do what they need to do. So public health's hands are basically tied. So you're going to see sometimes weeks in a month, depending on how big the population is and how long it takes for the virus to run rampant through that population.
Thank you. The reason for the question was just to try to get a feel for the relationship between case counts and hospitalization rates as we see the higher risk people, really broadly be vaccinated.
Yeah, the most recent number I've seen, it is 85% increase in the Delta variant of hospitalizations per capita than the Wuhan virus and original virus, what we saw out of China initially. So the Delta variant, not only is it more transmissible, the potential is far greater for severe side effects and severe outcomes, including at the most basic is hospitalization. So it's also affecting the younger population as well. It isn't like the original that had very little impact on the young, had very little impact even on the 20s and 30s year olds. The Delta variant is much more aggressive in those populations. So it is a great cause for concern. I know we celebrate and are continuing celebrating the successes we've had in this state and across the country. But to be quite frank, until we address it as a nation and as a globe, this isn't going away. It will continue to flare up in these communities and will continue to mutate, which is what we're trying to avoid. The longer it has to mutate, the greater the potential it will. The greater the potential for a more transmissible version of it, a more deadly version of it, a more likely scenario where the vaccines no longer work against it. And the longer we allow this to go on, the greater the potential for all of that is. So we all have a role in this. And I think it's important for each one of us to take our role seriously and speak to our constituents and speak to our friends and neighbors and relatives and inform them. Because you don't have to do much research online to figure out why half the country isn't populated or half the country isn't vaccinated. The level of misinformation and just absolute nonsense out there it's mind-boggling. In a public health crisis that we allow as a society for it to be backfilled with this nonsense it's troubling. It says to me that if we do encounter something more serious than this as a country, we're in a world of hurt.
Appreciate the comment you made about shared stewardship. And I was thinking similarly when we were talking about vaccine rates. I don't want these outcomes to be, solely on the public health team. I think there's a broader team within the county and then within the community that if we're going to succeed, we'll need to be engaged. And so I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, I immediately think of, which we used earlier in the campaign, everyone from our tourism marketing efforts, our business associations, economic associations, to be able to help drive that too. At one point, we were staying safe in order to stay open, as an example. And that was a strong message, and it, worked pretty well. It got people, at least some people, to agree to, be careful. Now that getting the vaccines done, having those same allies to help in that messaging could be very important. Yeah, we can't, because otherwise it's public health. I hate to put it this way, but at some levels, in some arenas, it becomes public health versus education while everyone else remains silent. Public health versus public opinion, or elements of public opinion while others remain silent, and public health needs backup.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at just the numbers, we have, in raw numbers, we have 3,000 plus people in our community who are unvaccinated. And again, it isn't a matter of if you're going to get COVID. It is a matter of when.
So where do we take that?
Well, we do have clinics every Wednesday from 10 to 2 here at the Resource Center. As I said, we're thinking and planning to have one on Tuesdays as well at the test site. And are going to continue to do that. We're also going to pair them with a service that we're going to be having here in the next month or so in doing sports physicals for middle school, high schoolers, and offering COVID vaccines and any other vaccine at that time as well. So.
I'm just looking at my calendar, and I was out of town, so I wasn't able to attend public health in the park in Idaho Springs. How did that go?
It went really well, thanks to Crystal and Chris Kraus, who were there on Saturday on their day off. And Crystal said turnout was good. They only did one vaccine though, primarily because it was mostly tourists who came through and not a lot of locals. So, but shared lots of information and lots of other programs that we do. So. That's the challenge with summer. I mean, most of the locals are working to support the tourists who come through. So their ability to just take the day off and come and stroll in the park and learn about public health is limited.
I know for many years, my weekends were not my own, and there's pros and cons to that. Okay, well, I suspect we might be done here. Any other comments from anyone?
No, other than just what we were just talking about, which is I think we all need to reflect on what we can do to help continue to encourage that vaccination rate, each of us in our different ways to influence and get that word out. We've kind of let that fall. We did do that before, and we've kind of let that fall back to public health more recently. And, you know, because of what we talked about earlier too, which was that feeling of that little bit of feeling because subconsciously of complacency that comes along with feeling safer once you get vaccinated.
Yeah, I know I experienced it, and personally, alarm bells are starting to grow again as we approach the school year, right? There's a real sense of urgency around having high rates as we go into the school year.
Mm-hmm. So let's get vaccinated.
All right.
Everybody that hasn't done it, get out there and get it done.
So the next thing on our agenda at 11:30, also the last thing on the public agenda, is a work session with the Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners. The work session does have a topic. It is to discuss the Gilpin County Commissioners, Sandy and Linda, and their sheriff, and Rick Albers and I, and some representatives from the Jefferson Center met with the Jeffco Sheriff's Department to talk about their co-responder program and explore whether a co-responder program can work in our communities. Possibly it could be a program that is joint. And so we're not very far along at all in that conversation. My view on that is that getting some early feedback from the boards is important to, you know, guide that work. And so that's the intent of the session at 11:30. You're muted. Double click.
Shall we take a break to 11:30?
We shall. We'll see you at 11:30. Beth, I see that we have some friends joining us here. I see Sandy Hollingsworth and Sheriff Kevin Armstrong. And I just saw Linda Eisenhart. Hi, Sandy. Hi, Linda.
Hi. George. Hi, everybody. How are you today?
Doing really well.
Good.
Well, Linda, nice to see you.
Oh, you too, Randy. Feel like it's been ages.
It has. That's why it feels like that.
I know. Look, we both have white hair now.
Well, that's already been ages
Oh, okay.
that I've had white hair.
Well,
Mine's starting to do it already, 6 months in.
yeah.
That's not good.
Sorry, Sandy.
About how long it took me to. Are we expecting Commissioner Sill or anyone else from the Gilpin County team?
Well, Laura Solomon is on vacation this week, as it turns out. Someone from her office might tune in, and Commissioner Sill has the link, so hopefully he'll join us.
But George, I think if you'd like to go ahead and get started, that's fine too. And
Okay.
just FYI, I didn't get a chance to let our Clear Creek folk friends know that county manager Bill Montoya has resigned from Gilpin County. So I just wanted to put that out there because I saw he was also on your invitation list.
Oh, I hadn't heard that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we might as well just get started here. I had already told the people on our team a couple minutes ago, but just for the benefit of everyone, we had an initial meeting to explore co-responder programs. The sheriffs from both counties were there. I was there. Sandy and Linda were there. Jefferson Center for Mental Health was there. We were mostly interrogating Jefferson County Sheriff's Office about their program and trying to wrap our heads around what it looks like. And we thought a good next step would be to have a joint board meeting to just get some early feedback and some guidance around how this work should proceed. So does somebody, Sandy, Linda, you think I captured it? You have anything to add?
Well, I think you're right, George. We're at the discovery stage and trying to glean wisdom from some of the programs that are also successfully up and running right now. And of course, this is very important for our sheriffs and our human services departments to have agreement on how they want to see this work for our counties. And so I think that's kind of where we're at.
And I would add that in our all state commissioner meetings, many counties talk about the success of their programs, including the initial struggles to get it going and keep it staffed. But over time, they've all become successful, and some are still in the initial Office of Behavioral Health 5-year grant period. And I've reached out to Larimer County, Boulder County, and Summit County, And they're at the ready if we want to take it another step and get more information from them and meet with them, because they are happy to share how they started, their growing pains, what's working, and the benefits to the community. And they all say that over time it becomes self-funding and it actually gives relief to law enforcement with the partnership. So those would all be good goals if we were to get there. So I think another consideration is just if it's a good program for us to do jointly, and when, if we decide it may not be something that happens this year, but maybe if we get the wheels in motion and doing research, we might decide that. But I think the funding through the behavioral grants could be a key indicator for both of our counties to help fund it, at least as a trial period.
Thank you. Sheriff Albers, Sheriff Armstrong.
Yes. I always go back to the officer-involved shooting case that we had with the grand jury recommending that we have some type of mental health to move forward. It's just a recommendation from the grand jury, but I've taken it pretty serious on our side and moved forward with, working with Jefferson Center and getting stuff going on our end. I would like to take it the next step, and these are all baby steps leading up to the big step of getting a response team over here. And I think with our population and Gilpin's population, I think we'd have a better chance of getting a partnership going with us and Gilpin rather than each county doing it themselves. Because I don't see how we can afford it alone. I don't see how Gilpin can afford it alone, but maybe together, there might be some grant funding or something like that where it'll look better if we're in cooperation and getting something set up for both of us. So that's where I'm at. I know that somebody did some preliminary, and the average cost of just a therapist or a response is like $77,000 for one. That's a big chunk of money for us. And I know it's probably the same for Gilpin because we're both about the same. So it's going to take somebody to take this by the lead harness or whatever you want to call it and take it and run. So, and I don't know who that would be, if it would be Human Services or, whoever it would fall in. I'm not for sure. So that's my 2 cents.
And I might add, I think Sheriff Albers, you're on the right track here. Shared resources is so important because not every call requires a mental health counselor to go with your deputy. And so having somebody available that could serve both counties and maybe even have a backup person or an on-call person, then you'd have that resource, because I'm guessing that might be enough to cover this demand, especially, at the starting stages. And with our county's combined populations, we're looking at roughly 17,000 people that would be served by this program. So I think that's good. And also partnering with JCMH, because they have offices both in Clear Creek County, especially with your new healthcare facility. And then as soon as our new DHS building opens up, we're waiting to get the CO on it right now, but they will have office space there. So we can all provide them a place to respond from should they have somebody available that way. That makes sense to me.
Me, Sheriff Albers, how long ago was it that the grand jury recommended that you have a mental health component to your law enforcement?
It's been about year and, I'll say year and a half. It's between a year and a half is when the jury recommended. And like I said, it's just a recommendation. It's not a have to. But, you know, that's grand jury's made up of citizens of the district here. And I take it serious. And that's one of the things that they saw with that officer involved shooting that we had over here that, you know, I don't know if it could have prevented it, but, you know, we got to give these people all the chances that we can to get them the help they need and stuff.
I think at the end of the day, it's important not only for the public to have a level of service for certain situations that is most well trained to deal with the kind of problem, but it's also a benefit to our law enforcement staff because the mental health impacts of an incident like that on your staff are also very great. And I have to acknowledge that it's you know, it's mental health all the way around here. It's
Good point.
I know talking with other sheriffs and stuff throughout the state that have programs, they are all in favor of it. They are all in support. And it has helped them deal with a lot of situations. A lot of their stats are going down and a lot of their higher, I guess, assault or assaultive behavior stuff is going down. So, you know, that's a plus for law enforcement. So that's what I don't know about Kevin, but I think that's what we're striving for, is to try to get some of these people the help they need, and continued help is another big factor in there, is, you know, just not fixing them or during that incident, but to carry on down and get them more help down the line that they need, or medications or whatever, and get them into that type of a system where they can get help all the time.
I agree with Sheriff Albers, and probably one of the other biggest things we also need to be looking at towards our officers and officer safety and to the citizen safety is crisis intervention training with our deputies. I think the 40-hour class that they present through CIT is critical in helping resolve situations that hopefully do not lead into deadly force or any use of force. So I think that we need to work together on that, along with our co-responder program as a joint project.
And I want to welcome Commissioner Sill. Thanks for joining us. So we have been just kind of talking through what we learned in that initial meeting and what our maybe kind of initial perceptions of a co-responder program are, possibly a joint one between Clear Creek and Grand, or Gilpin, sorry.
Well, we could pull Grand in too, George. They just have a little bit more traveling to do.
right. Well, I think that, I mean, Gilpin, I mean, what we're talking about is expanding our awareness, our response awareness, I think, generally as organizations, you know, collectively, and the fact that we are combined, Jeffco, Gilpin, and Clear Creek, in mental health efforts already makes that a pretty obvious core group to me. But I'm open to any other ideas. But that's my first reaction to that.
One thing I think would be helpful for me, and possibly some of the other people who are listening on this call, what exactly are we talking about? Are we talking about getting JCMH people to respond to our scene in their own vehicle, or ride along with a deputy, or like, what is the model that Jefferson County is doing that the grand jury recommended that we look into?
John, I'll jump in a little bit. So every county does it a little differently. Some have a completely separate co-responder unit that is supervised through their human services, and the officers will call them and they'll meet at the scene. And at the scene, they'll determine the best course of action. And so in some cases, the co-responder will remain and because it's more of a mental health crisis and they're perceived as best to take it forward. And in other situations, the co-responders might leave and the officers intervene because it's determined that it's a law enforcement approach is more indicated. And then other programs, their co-responders are housed in their sheriff's office. So they're actually there and interacting with the law enforcement staff. So there are different models. Some of them won't. Jeffco said that they don't allow their their co-responders to be on scene alone. So that's different than some counties. So every county has determined what works for them. And that's why it's kind of opportune that we're a little behind in creating a program should we do that, because we can resource all these programs to see what they've done and how they came to determine that partnership and who stays and who goes. So that would be informed a lot by our sheriffs, know about the safety of the officers and their required protocols for depending on what the reported crime is, and then work in partnership with mental health to really learn who stays, who goes, does everyone stay, So I think that it's kind of a long answer for, it depends on what we determine would work best for us. But at this point, Jeffco doesn't allow their co-responders to remain on the scene alone. And that's their decision.
And to be clear, my comment was, first of all, ill-informed, because I haven't, like you, I haven't been in meetings with George and Sandy and everybody. But the reason I brought it up was I was simply thinking about the way that both our law enforcement between Gilpin and Clear Creek and Jeffco, based on just the nature of how we lay out how our roads connect and the issues that come up. I mean, Gilpin and Clear Creek and Jeffco communicate with each other a lot on law enforcement issues and their operations because of, for example, the east end of the county over where Sean lives and the nature of Evergreen, being a Jeffco Clear Creek mix. And then, of course, Clear Creek and Gilpin on law enforcement with everything that goes on along all the roads that connect us through the high country. And then on the mental health side, we happen to be, and I wasn't really thinking about anything like JCMH or the responders or anything. I, have no idea what this system will look like in the end. And if it is housed somehow within law enforcement, but a person embedded within law enforcement, or how it works. It just seemed that how we would advise bringing better mental health response into what have traditionally been law enforcement events would be advised by our mental health providers. And among those mental health providers, of course, key among them is JCMH. So we're all involved together in that. So it just seemed like a natural core group, and that's all I meant. That was a very long way of saying very little, but just trying to clarify what my comment was a moment ago, the context.
Thank you for that. And just really quick, Peter, thank you. Peter texted me. I am remiss. I did not introduce our new county manager, who I don't think you have met. Brian Bossart is with us.
Nice to meet you, Brian. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here.
And I don't think I
yay.
haven't met Sheriff Armstrong yet either. So nice to meet you as well. So.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have to agree with what Sandy said. It's, I'd like to have a partnership with JCMH or Jefferson Center. I don't know if I'd have to really evaluate it. Maybe Sheriff Armstrong and I could talk. If I'd want it with a mutual agreement between the sheriffs and have it on our own, or if it would be a division or whatever with Jefferson Center. I'm not for sure what that looks like. I just want to be able to have them full-time up here. I don't want to share the resources with anybody else. And our policy is, like with the advocates up here, our advocates are not part of the sheriff's office. And I think the advocates are part of the sheriff's office over in Gilpin, or they used to be. But we never leave our advocates alone in a dangerous situation. So it would be the same type of scenario with the mental health workers. But I mean, that's getting way down the line. We got to figure out how we're going to do it, how we're going to come up with the money. How it's best going to be structured under the sheriff's office through human services or through JCMH. And the big thing is the funding. I think that's where we need to start and get that going.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Sheriff. We need to know what kind of funding is available out there for the purpose and what kind of personnel it might cover. I think a lot of these calls do come through dispatch to our respective dispatch centers, so they would be more than likely a call that would be determined by you or by Sheriff Armstrong to call up that co-responder program, be it a caseworker or a JCMH clinician, whatever, a victim services person, whoever would fill that bill the most appropriately to go out with the officer or to meet on scene. And then work it closely with our human services departments. I know that this kind of loosely happens already. It's not a totally brand new idea. It's just, this would be tightening it up, maybe formalizing it and making it a little bit more available as a program, to the different responders. Do any of you happen to know of any agencies that are putting forward some grants at this point in the time?
Well, Linda, I wanted to mention that in contacting the 3 surrounding counties, well, I guess Larimer's not really touching us, but Boulder County, because they're in their 4th year of their OBH grant, they're looking for funding and they're indicating that there's still funding available through OBH. So we could check into that and see if those grants, because those were the seed for, I think, all the statewide programs. And they were 5 years. So that gave them a good time period to see what they could accomplish and whether the county wanted to continue to have a program. So, and I'm happy to look into some of that. And I didn't know if this group wanted to have some meetings, more information gathering meetings with Larimer County, Summit County, Boulder County. We could go farther, but those are the only 3 I contacted. And they're, like I mentioned, they're ready. They're ready to either Zoom in or have us actually come and do site visits if we want to go that next step. So I was just exploring who wanted to help teach us. And they are, because they're excited about another program, adjacent to their areas too. So someone could, I guess we could talk about that if that's a next step, maybe not the next step, but a next step.
One of the things that's coming up in the sheriff's conference in the fall next month is a program or a presentation on how to start a co-responder program. And hopefully, I plan on going down there to the conference and see if they've got some type of funding sources outside of OBH or whatever funding they might have. And I could bring that back to the group as well.
That would be great. And I think that there's the Behavioral Health Recovery Act, maybe a source of funding for this. And I thought that state co-responder program through Office of Behavioral Health had some more money put into it this last session, but I haven't, a very quick search didn't reveal it. But.
And it could be that Kara Campbell and some of the other JCMH people that we work with would have some of this kind of information too. Kara is our mountain JCMH coordinator, and she works for for all of our communities up this way.
And JCMH brought their development specialist to that meeting and seemed to indicate that they perceive their lane as helping us find funding.
Right. I would tend, and I think helping us find funding, advising generally, on mental health, technique and system a little bit to look at the system we're setting up. That said, I tend to agree very much with Rick that what we're talking, we know that mental health response is most helpful when it happens right then, when you need it. And of course, this is the tip of that iceberg. We're talking about when you're in crisis and it creates a problem that causes law enforcement, to come in because there's a call. So this is exactly that kind of thing that isn't about waiting for an opportunity a week from now when somebody's available or something like that. It's about a right now thing. And I think for our two communities, Gilpin and Clear Creek, that involves, I completely agree with Rick, that involves having somebody assigned and dedicated to this locale and not having to involve a multiple lane communication through somebody that's coming from somewhere else to try to get here when we need it right now, both for law enforcement's sake and the people making the call and for the person who needs that help.
And that person might also be available, as Sheriff Armstrong was saying, to help with crisis intervention classes, training, de-escalation, all the different things that play into some of these calls. So, if they're not busy running a call with one of our deputies, then they might also be an important part of the puzzle for working with our caseworkers and other people, just to give them more tools in their tool belt, really.
I was going to add to that. My understanding of the training is that the focus is on the behaviors at hand and not initially the cause behind them. And so the responders are trained to help alleviate the situation and then move them toward the resource and for the ongoing help, in the hopes that with the support, they may not be repeat offenders. If there are different aspects of their life that can get more controlled and make their life more manageable and easy. So it wouldn't matter if they were already diagnosed with a mental illness, or if they were veterans with PTSD, or if they were people with disabilities or people with dementia. It would be the behaviors that they would be responding to on scene.
And something to add to that, one of the things that I thought was really great about Jeffco and the way they operate is that obviously these folks are going to have some downtime, right? They're not always going to be responding to calls. And so in between calls, they do follow-ups with the folks that they've made contact with. And that's part of how they feel like they're solving problems, right? And not seeing some folks that they used to see frequently. The important caveat is that they have not been able to identify that this program has saved them any money in terms of like, now they don't need as many officers on the streets. And so I think it would be remiss of us to think we're gonna, at least in the medium term, that this would be anything but spending more money to provide better service.
One thing I haven't heard anybody mention is the potential role of EMS in this. And it seems like it's a little bit similar in that, a call comes into dispatch and sometimes it has a medical element of it, whether it's physical health or mental health. And EMS has created this new role new role called community paramedicine. And back to George's point about downtime and what these resources would be able to do, it kind of seems like bringing the EMS perspective into this at least a little bit might make some sense. But it does, because, and to Sandy's point about behavior versus root causes, right? I mean, at some point you do have to take an effort at taking a few whacks at the root causes of these problems. And it's not when somebody's having a crisis. I agree with that. But yeah, I guess what I'm arguing for is, well, I'm giving you my support, but also saying I like the idea of looking at this with a little bit of a wider lens too.
Right. Well, I think that part of it is safety for for everyone, which is having the right tool for the job in the moment, in a crisis moment. So it is a crisis response thing, but I agree that finding a way to use the inefficiencies of downtime to address the broader issue, like helping those people out with their root causes, those people and maybe even others. And I don't know where that all integrates. And the EMS tool, I think it could be a thing that relieves EMS of dealing with things that are also not their specialty, or it might work with EMS, but certainly the EMS perspective, it's a similar, I mean, how can they inform it? Because they've already been dealing with this specific problem and other similar problems in support of law enforcement on those calls. And so at least having them in the conversation to say, well, here's what we've encountered and here's something to think about, even if it's not them that actually dials in as the participant in this program.
I have a question. Gilpin is fortunate to have our ambulance authority that serves our county, and we have an agreement with them and help support them. What does Clear Creek use? Who do you use for emergency responders? Is it one company or is it multiple because of the spread of your county?
We have a county-run EMS, the same as you guys, but part of our district where I live is under another Title 32 district, Evergreen Fire Protection District.
Right. Right.
But 2/3 is probably, yeah, Clear Creek EMS, 2/3 of the county.
And ours is an ambulance authority. It's not a county department per se, but Gilpin, Central City, and Blackhawk are the three governmental entities that fund the lion's portion of the service, you know, via an IGA.
Another thing that just popped into my head, is there a potential financial benefit of this program? And Peter, maybe this is a question for you. I know you spent a lot of time working with sheriff's offices in your former job. Is there potential for this to limit liability exposure to law enforcement agencies? Or mitigate, or whatever the proper term is there?
By handling it, what way are you asking exactly?
I mean, if a co-responder can successfully de-escalate a situation or you know, prevent a scenario like what we saw a year and a half ago, do you think that because those cases can be pretty darn expensive, right? I don't know what those kind of settlements tend to be.
Well, and I think, George, you and I may have discussed this in a different meeting, but realistically, when you have, whether it's advocates, mental health advocates, other people go out with law enforcement to respond to situations, generally speaking, they do de-escalate those situations. They do offer other ways to handle it. They're also another set of eyes there. So invariably, it does help limit some liability. At the same time, there is also an element of increased liability from the standpoint that additional people could get hurt because they're on the scene. So what I have noticed in some of the bigger departments in particular, they are working very hard, very closely with mental health experts and teams that are trained to handle these situations. But again, it really depends on the type of situation. I can think of a recent situation where Sheriff Albers, his team went out to a situation where it ended up resulting in essentially a shootout. In that instance, it is extremely unlikely that any type of mental health type of assistance would have done anything for that. And the risk would have been that they would have been involved in a situation where somebody just opened fire. So I think it's certainly a good idea, but whether or not it ultimately reduces liability is probably less tangible than how it actually just resolves situations in general, if that answers the question.
So I think the answer I hear to the question begs two questions for me. Number one, it's not necessarily every single call that the sheriff's department gets that a mental health professional would go along on to begin with. It would depend on the nature of the call. I mean, you don't necessarily have to say that now the sheriff is accompanied by another car, another mental health professional. But if it's a call that involves the type that is inherent within the call, that it's a situation, you know, whether it's a domestic or any other number of kinds of calls I know that come in, you know, welfare checks and different things, behavioral health issues. So it's possible that that person might not have gone on the call that you mentioned, Peter, you know, checking a security check at a home or something like that. That said, those other kinds of calls can also create that same deal. So I think your point, though, the other point is that there's a balancing. It may decrease liability on the one's hand functionally, that things are less likely to happen, but there's also more things. There's more people that can get hit by bullets at the scene, or knives or clubs or whatever, if it goes wrong. And so there's an increased liability there. But generally, it improves our ability to de-escalate situations. So it may not reduce our insurance rate or anything like that, or our, you know, but generally it would seem it would reduce it's likely to reduce our liability over the long haul functionally. We would know that we would have better responses with better results and fewer liabilities, most likely, but it would not be reflected in our insurance rates or anything like that.
That's correct. I do think that it would help law enforcement in terms of allowing law enforcement to focus on some more immediate, more pressing law enforcement type of situations than having to deal with situations that arise solely because of, or mostly because of, mental health concerns from somebody out there breaking a window or blocking traffic or doing something like that.
You know, one other thing occurred to me that I hadn't thought of before. Everything when I've had my ride-alongs or been involved in stuff, even on programs that I'm not part of, you know, help fight a fire back in the old days when they, you know, pick up a dog on the street to help fight the fire on the way to the fire. And I'd be one of them, you know, or ride-alongs with EMS. You learn stuff from that about how they operate and what goes on. And what struck me is that for law enforcement, you know, because one of the things that's been said over the last couple of years is all this stuff has really been come to light and been pushed on a lot, is training for law enforcement, for example, to better understand those situations and learn to respond, you know, new ways to respond to. And this seems like a really good program in the end, because over time, it's like on the job training for law enforcement as well, to have mental health professionals along on those calls that are most likely to create a problem, because the mental health professional is not always going to be available. I mean, sometimes you got to go and you got to do the job. You know, I know Rick and Kevin and their people are going to have to do that. And, you know, you're not going to have a perfect system. And so the idea that their own staff become better experienced in working with professionals to deal that will help teach them to become better experts at dealing with those things too. And so it seems like there's an added benefit there.
There's a number of stages on it that you need, that we're talking about here. We're talking about a call that comes into dispatch. And it depends on the type of call. It could be a welfare check, as you talked about before, or it could be somebody that is actually in severe crisis, in which there has to be some type of de-escalation by the first responder, which would be the deputy. And in a large portion of some of those cases, there's also a substance abuse issue that has to be addressed in that. And that substance abuse issue has also promulgated maybe some of that mental health, because they're self-medicating because they can't afford the drugs, they can't afford the treatment. So what they're doing is self-medicating and then putting themselves into further crisis. The mental health professionals will not, and this may have changed, but in my previous experiences, will not even look at somebody if they have some type of substance on board, because they cannot communicate with them or provide the necessary treatment or follow-up with them at the time that they're under the influence. So the follow-up piece of it is that second stage, or that other third stage, from getting them out of the crisis, moving them to a safe place, and then doing the follow-up with them further with either their substance abuse or their mental health problem that they may have. So it's a multitude of things, but majority of the time, law enforcement's going to have to go there to resolve or stabilize that individual so he or her doesn't become violent.
Hey, Kevin,
Yes, sir.
on a drug situation like you were talking about, do we use EMTs on that?
We use the ambulance to transport that person to St. Anthony's Hospital or Lutheran or even Boulder.
The reason I asked the question is I have a friend that works in Eagle County, used to work down in Golden. And whenever there was overdose type situation, those EMTs were always called in. Wasn't a mental health professional, but it was an EMT that they were using. And then just to the wider group, I need you guys to define for me what you're talking about when you're talking about a mental health specialist.
Well, it would, go ahead, Kevin.
Go ahead, Rick.
It would be a clinician or a mental health clinician, somebody who's trained and able to do the mental health aspect of it. It's not like an EMT, be more like a nurse in the EMC, in the medical field. That would be a mental health clinician or a therapist.
So we're not talking about anybody out of your current, well, human services department. You're not talking about anybody out of your human services department. You're talking about a specialty nurse then?
It'd be a specialty clinician, mental health clinician, or a therapist. It wouldn't be anybody out of human services or anything like that.
I think, would that have to do more with, I mean, I guess it could be a new person, it could be a new hire for that person, but it would be somebody who would have those same kind of skills as you would see within human services, at least those people in human services that deal with mental and behavioral health issues professionally trained and acting. So it wouldn't necessarily be I'm just making this up as I'm going along. It wouldn't necessarily be somebody there, but certainly our mental health professionals and clinicians that do exist within the county can be helpful in advising a system like that, and, just like in a setting like this, at least.
I think the most important thing on that, is that number one, that mental health clinician in there understands they've been trained in mental health to different various of stages and even different types of mental health that somebody may be suffering. Mm-hmm. So they can provide initial treatment, counseling, possibly, but if they recognize the fact that that person is above their ability to help them, they have the ability to reach out to other resources to help that particular individual, maybe even based on what their insurance is, which is critical for this whole thing. Because one of the things that I've always thought is that our mental health system is broke in this country because we're not funding it appropriately for those people who can't. You put somebody on medication, they feel good and say, okay, I'm cured. And then they get off the medication and then the crisis starts all over again. We need
Kevin, what do you do now if you have a mental health situation when you're out there and mental health on drugs, the whole 9 yards? What are you doing now?
What we do is we de-escalate the situation, stabilize the situation. We bring in EMS to transport that person to a hospital. We can provide the family with a crisis intervention material that is provided for JCMH and the crisis hotline, both to the family and to the recipient of that. There's a specific statutes that we have to follow in there, that they have to be a danger to themselves, gravely disabled, or a danger to somebody else. So there's specific statutes before we can even implement a mental health hold on this particular.
Okay, well, let's say they're not on drugs and they're just a mental health situation. What do you do now?
We can even still transport them to the hospital.
Send them to a hospital?
We can, yes, sir. It
What?
depends on that. If they're not a danger to themselves or others, but they've had a mental health breakdown, we can provide them with literature to contact JCMH on their crisis team.
What, you probably know the answer to this, Sandy. What more would this mental health nurse do that you're talking about right now?
Yeah, so I'm gonna this will be kind of a long answer. So some of you know that I'm a social worker. So when I work for a municipal government, I worked in human services. And there were times where I would be contacted by the police and we would go out and do a joint response. It wouldn't be a volatile situation. It would usually be someone that they perceived as having a mental illness or dementia or something. And we would go out and I would do a home visit where I would do an assessment. And then with law enforcement, we would decide that there was no, the law enforcement at that time either needed to or didn't need to intervene. So it was usually shifted to our division as social workers. And so we weren't nurses, social workers. And then we would be in touch with the involved people and spend time with them and create a relationship with them and help determine what resources in the community could be available to them and benefit their life situation. And then it was up to the individual to choose what they would like or not like. So we were usually called out when they refused or weren't quite appropriate for adult protection. So it was kind of that middle ground. But the benefit was the ongoing resourcing that we could help them get connected, because a lot of people don't know what's out there in the community. And we don't really have that type of caseworker in our community. We have the adult protection, we have the child protection, we have resource information. But giving someone resource information doesn't mean they're ever going to follow up on it, because oftentimes they're the people with the least ability to follow up on it. Given their situation. So that can help. And so I have a kind of a taste for what a co-responder might be doing. Although mine, again, wouldn't be in the high volatile situations. And then secondly, I think that I like this program because of the benefits to both sides, as has been mentioned. It would also help with training officers, but also for officers to realize they don't have to wear both hats. They're not professional mental health workers, they're professional law enforcement. Right. And each profession has distinct training, distinct strengths, and distinct skills. So working together is a benefit to their residents. And so I think that's a really big community asset, is that we're helping our residents as well. So it would be someone that Webb has professional training in mental health, interventions, resources, ongoing work with them. And that would be the difference between just a one-time response. Plus now, you hear stories about the trauma, the expense and everything of transporting someone to the emergency room. Whereas if someone showed up and could prevent an emergency room transfer because they have the skills to handle it in a different way than law enforcement, then that could be a benefit both to the person, to law enforcement, and to the cost, and less burden on the hospitals. So that's kind of a long answer. I told you it would be.
That's okay. I just had one quick question. Most of those that you went out on, did you already know them?
No.
Okay. How does this work at 2:30 at night?
So it depends on the level of staffing. So some of the surrounding counties that have co-responders don't have enough staff to be there at 2:30 in the morning. Others do. So it just depends on how the program has grown, which is a lot depending on funding. And I know that Summit has indicated they do save money in law enforcement budget by having the co-responder, but it's taken some time to get there. And so that way the law enforcement doesn't lose positions, they just can use them differently. So I know that our sheriff mentions a lot of the time he's understaffed for 2 people to go out on a call that could be very high risk. So Summit has explained that that's helped them with their law enforcement staffing.
Last question. I'm sorry to be a time hog here. Last question. Kevin, Sandy, well, even the whole group. Is there any merit in the idea of paying to train some police officers in that kind of mental response? I mean, we're a small county, you know, and we're sending anybody that's on drugs immediately, we're sending them to the hospital. And you know, I was just wondering, in the incidents that happen, particularly in casinos and stuff like that, probably aren't happening at 5 in the afternoon. They're probably happening later in the evening. That's just a guess. I was just wondering if there's any option as far as police officer training, you know, that might be useful.
Commissioner Kevin Armstrong, he has explained a little earlier, there is a program and he fully supports the officers being trained in crisis intervention, team response. And so that would be a benefit to the officers. And I think that Sheriff Armstrong can explain that more, but it wouldn't be after the incident ongoing. So that's the piece that would be different, but it's definitely sounds like it's a wonderful training to support the officers and increase their confidence and their competence both.
I think, you know, what I'm hearing is that, you know, it takes a long time to learn how to dig a ditch really well. And most people don't believe that, but it does. And whatever you do, there's a lot of detail that goes into it. And there's a big difference between an EMT versus a paramedic versus a registered nurse versus a PA versus a doctor. They have different levels of training and not necessarily even in that order for the different kinds of things they deal with. And to expect a law enforcement officer, I think it's an incredibly good idea. And I'm glad that our sheriffs support their officers becoming more knowledgeable on how to recognize a mental health situation. If somebody's on drugs, I don't even know that it is a foregone conclusion that, oh, well, they're just on drugs, so they're going to the emergency room or they're going to this or they're going to that. And I think that's where the person who's best trained, who has maybe dedicated their life to being that professional that knows that body of knowledge might know better what they're looking at when they hit the scene, or at least the combination of the officer and them together seeing these different scenes might be able to know that. And it's maybe a higher level of trying to crack that big problem that Kevin referred to a little bit ago about how we've underfunded and not really, and Sean referred to, and really dealt with the big picture and the big problem. And having that person on scene to recognize that might allow them to be directed more effectively by having more expertise on scene for those kinds of situations. I fully support it. And I think that I'm really happy to see our police officers trained to become even better at what they do. But I'm also really hoping to see that they have the resources they need to even be able to provide to help crack that nut on mental health and that very blurred line between mental health and behavioral health drugs. Because, you know, you were right, Webb, earlier, you know, I mean, I think it was you that mentioned that sometimes people don't have maybe it was somebody else that said it, that sometimes people don't have their medication or they can't afford their medication or they fell off their Medicaid and they're not getting the therapy or whatever the reason is that they can't get into what they can get right now. And so they resort to self-medication. And all part of the same thing.
I'm not sophisticated enough to mention that. Sandy mentioned that, I believe.
Okay. I knew it was somebody smart, and I knew you're both smart. So anyway,
I think the one thing that we're missing here is that mental health professional can provide for the law enforcement side of it is reducing the amount of response to that particular residence or to that individual, possibly. I'm not saying it's going to eliminate it or anything like that, but there's a possibility that by providing that intervention, once we reduce the risk to the community by de-escalating the situation, providing them immediate help at the front end, and then bringing in that mental health professional to provide additional follow-up, may reduce our responses to those frequent flyers, if you want to call it, that residences and everything, that could reduce law enforcement responses. I think that's where we're missing the boat here, is that we need to make sure that there's an intermediary there that can help us with that piece.
I'm kind of behind the 8 ball probably again on this deal, but are we talking about sharing somebody like this, or why the communication between the 2 counties on this?
I can take that one. We were talking about whether as individual counties, our populations are sufficient to, efficiently utilize this resource. And so if we can go from 10,000 or I think around 7,000 to 17,000, maybe we can build a more efficient program that's more sustainable.
We try to do as much cross-training as possible. We have a secretary out at Road and Bridge that drives a roller. But, I think, one of the ways we save money is try to do as much cross-training as possible. That's the reason I brought up the idea of officers doing this type of thing. And so I was just curious about what the plans were here as far as, which comes back to my 2:30 at night question, I guess. If someone's in Georgetown, how do we get them to Blackhawk? Just curious.
Webb, that's another thing is everybody's mentioned it, Central City, Blackhawk, Idaho Springs. These are their own municipalities. And not that I don't love them and I live in one, but is the county going to pay for mental health calls in Blackhawk? Are they going to pay for mental health calls in Idaho Springs? Or are we going to get the municipalities to bite in on this and jump in on that? We're going to have to. Otherwise, I don't think it would be real profitable for just the sheriff's office for us to do it all, because I could probably say, without looking at stats, we don't have as many problems as Idaho Springs does. I can guarantee, I can tell you that. They are the hub of Clear Creek County on this end, and they have a lot of issues down there with mental health. So, I don't think any of the commissioners want to supply mental health for Idaho Springs or Blackhawk. I think they should bite off on this and pay their own share too, but I don't know how you would, like I said, we're just in baby steps. We're going way down the road where we need to figure out the first steps of what the program kind of looks like and who's going to pay, because who's going to pay is going to be the big one, and who's going to sign off on it once the grant funding is gone.
Yeah.
You're right, because what we're doing is we're marrying something that is a county seen as a county responsibility right now, which is public and health and human services, if you will, a function on the one hand, and a function that is law enforcement, which is divided between the counties and the municipalities. And so somehow, and I think the way I don't know how we do it exactly, but I think we do it the same way we're doing this, these 2 counties talking to each other. I think we have to expand the conversation in order to have a holistic model that really gets the job done and is funded at a level that can be effective.
Yeah,
and I'd like to just toss in the idea that Blackhawk does have a huge gaming population, and so it could be that there would be limited gaming impact fund here. This might be a really good opportunity to tap in on some of that. And I know George is on that committee, and this would be a wonderful thing to follow up on anyway. I know it wouldn't fund a whole FTE, but it could be one of many funding streams that we can look into.
Couple of, Rick, Kevin already patrols Central City. They don't have any law enforcement up there. So Kevin and his people already patrol Central City. Blackhawk's got a population of 126 people. So what we're really dealing with are, all of the people that are coming up. And maybe, Linda, in your particular case, maybe that's a good, what you were saying, maybe that's a good way to build a case for finding money elsewhere, not even hand in hand to Blackhawk, but maybe finding enough money elsewhere that that could be used for that because of the impact on our county of out-of-town visitors.
Mhm.
Well, perhaps this is an expenditure to deal with the impacts of the kind that we put into those, because I've made my presentations to the committees to get those funds before also. And this is, you need to be able to demonstrate expenditure, and this can be a legitimate response to an issue that affects both of our counties to that fund.
Okay, so Sean, I think I saw that you had something to say, and then let's talk about next steps.
Yeah, I guess I underestimate how hard it would be to get a word in with 8 elected officials sitting in one Zoom screen. But I think, Webb, you make a good point, but I think it's an and, not an or. And what I mean by that is I don't at all downplay the expertise that behavioral health experts come to the table with, and also just they're a different breed, right? I mean, I've been a first responder since 1995, and I think I'm good at that, but I'm not an overly empathetic person or somebody who could really speak to somebody's emotional needs. And I think that that's really a key piece. So you can give me behavioral health training, and as a ski patroller and EMT, I have received that kind of training, and it really will just allow me to be more aware of what's going on. It's not going to really allow me to become a resource that solves problems. And I know JCMH has a program called Mental Health First Aid, which I think is great. And I believe that's something that our staff, our EMS, our law enforcement would probably be really well served. But like I said, the reason why I think this is different is, and the other thing too, is they don't wear a uniform. And there's something very special about a uniform that can be negative in some situations. As a firefighter, when I showed up at someone's house wearing my blues and my badge, that wasn't always a good thing. And the last thing I would say is I think it's interesting that we need to figure out how to pay for this long term. I think that that's, to me, not of an immediate, not right in front of my nose. I think I'm more interested in figuring out what is a model that would work for our community, and then figuring out what it would cost, and then kind of going and enrolling the towns and the other stakeholders to figure out how we're going to create a long-term sustainable solution to this. So that's all I had to say. Thanks.
You make a great point. You make a great point. Sandy has a lot more empathy than I do. And there's no way to change that.
All that training I've had, right? Anyway, so I'm wondering, I know George wants to talk about next steps, but I want to just reiterate that Summit, Larimer, and Boulder County that I've contacted are ready to share information if we want to have that be one of the next steps, county by county, or however we'd like to do that, and just see how they've been doing it, how they started it, like I said, what the challenges have been, and how they're making it work, and the benefits for both law enforcement and for the residents.
So Sandy, I hear you suggesting that following up to that on that outreach is a next step. I think that makes sense to try to set up I don't know that we have to meet with all three, but the more the merrier. And I don't think we have to restrict this to one commissioner. We just post meetings if we're all there, or more than one of us. So, I mean, in terms of like forming the team, well, do people agree that reaching out to the other counties to wrap our heads around what they're doing is a next step that we should pursue?
I think it makes sense to add Grand County to that list, and maybe there's nothing there, but they're our neighbor too, and they're a similar county.
Do they have a program?
I don't know.
I don't think they do. I think Eagle does. I don't think Grand does, and I think that's why I skipped them, but I may be wrong.
I don't
Right.
think it hurts to ask. Again, I think they're probably less functionally, probably less efficiently integrated with us, or less, they might be less productively integrated with us, but I think that all information is good to have, most of it anyway. And so that they're a neighbor too of at least a couple of our counties, or both of our counties here. And I think especially learning from the ones that already have the ones in place, which we discussed, already have programs in place and are willing to help us, is really smart thing to do. And then I think sooner than later to introduce the idea of collaboration and partnership to the municipalities within our, where there are other law enforcement entities, is important pretty soon. I don't know exactly where that dials in, but we shouldn't wait too long.
I know on the municipality side, we do quarterly, I think, meetings, commissioner and mayor meetings. We could at least plant the seed, give them an update on this, let them know that we're doing it. And that might be at least a place to start. I don't know if Gilpin County, you guys can have a similar mechanism.
I think we could. We don't have much in the way of diversity. We have, Blackhawk, and they do have their own police department. And then we have a contract with Central City to provide law enforcement to them. However, they do have a city council, and I think that having some buy-in is very important. And backing up just a little bit, I would like to see us at least learn from a few of the people that have the program in place. I'm thinking like Summit County, and maybe drag Grand County into it just because we like them, and they might have some good ideas too. But counties that align with us a little bit more geographically than Larimer County. But I think this is all good, and I really like what Sean said is, let's not get the cart before the horse. Let's figure out what this program is going to look like. And then once we're all sort of, when we get to yes, and this is what we want, then hit the funding hard.
I think also I note that our next, and I'm glad George brought up that we have a mayors and commissioners quarterly meeting, which means every 3 months. And the next one is day after tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. And the next one after that will be 3 months down the road. So I think planting the seed this Thursday could be possible. And then we have other meetings though, where we meet everybody that does show up for this one, because everybody doesn't. But for those who do show up for this one, they usually show up for another meeting we have more frequently, which is our, our recovery policy group kind of thing, where we bring together a lot of jurisdictions, library district, school district, and cities and county and everybody. It's been a product of COVID. And so we have the opportunity to talk about where we can get them in the room there too, if we decide that Thursday is that we're too half-cooked to talk to them. If we think we're too half-cooked to talk to them on Thursday, but 3 months is too long, we'll just call a special meeting or find another meeting to meet with them in. So, yeah. And I recognize that Gilpin has fewer of those municipalities that have law enforcement agencies to talk to. One, I think it sounds like.
Yeah.
Webb pointed out, you've got a cop or two that's watching a whole bunch of people that are coming up to visit, and 4 citizens or something like that in Blackhawk, whatever it is.
I think there might be 85. I don't know.
So I'm wondering if one of the commissioners or one of the electeds would like to volunteer to just reach out to the other counties, set up those meetings.
Sure, I can do that since I've already been in touch. Because they're just waiting if we have a date and time. Like if we just want to pick a regular meeting, is that what you're thinking, and tack on a work session, or do we want to have a special meeting between meetings? What works for you? Do you meet every Tuesday? We only meet every other.
Pretty much every Tuesday.
And
but we can have a special meeting. on your meeting day?
I would,
Possibly.
maybe I lean towards not doing it in the as a Tuesday BOCC meeting. We can just be a little more informal and share and just ask some good questions.
Still post it though, right? Is that what you were saying, so that we can all attend? Or
Yeah, and still post it so that we can all attend. And then I don't know if it's functional for us to compare calendars right now. And I don't know, Sandy, however you want to manage that.
We can do it by email.
Okay.
I'm going to be attending that conference, and it's the 25th of August. And at that conference, there should be some people there that have started those programs. And maybe we have more people that we can reach out to than just Boulder, Larimer, and Summit. That especially that service rural counties as a partnership with neighboring counties too. So I'll explore that when I go down to that conference next month. So I would think that we would need to wait until we get more information to be able to bring forth to this group and everything, to have a little bit more dialogue as far as with other people on this.
Along those lines, CCI and or CCAT might have a role in this as well, because I mean, this is a problem that everyone in the state is facing.
Mhm.
good point.
Yeah, good call, Sean.
Ask, right?
So
Yeah,
then, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think that's how, I know I've heard mostly about who has programs that they're, raving about, and others that have tried, and just different models has been through CCI and CCAT. Yeah.
Should we explore? Go ahead, Webb, sorry.
I'm okay with you talking to Boulder, Sandy. Usually I like to treat them like a hot stove, but I think, in this particular case, that might be advantageous. But a county that is more our size, that has everything, not our size, but at least it's a medium-sized county and not a big metro county, is Eagle. If Eagle doesn't have it, we probably can't put it together. I mean, they have everything.
They do have it. And when I talk about Boulder County, they have multiple programs because the cities have programs. Boulder and Longmont have their own program, but the one that interests me the most was I attend a peak-to-peak region meeting, and they had a presentation by the first responders that are based out of Lafayette, but their service area includes Nederland. And so Nederland is, just a few miles here from Gilpin. And so they have a rural focus to their program. So that's kind of who I lean toward talking to out of the Boulder County choices.
Okay, other steps, mapping out funding sources is something that could be done. I'm willing, but I don't need to hog it.
Hog
Sean
away.
hears that line from me too often. Okay, so I'll do a little bit of research on that.
That would be appreciated, George. I'll tell you just right now, we're the commissioners and our county attorney in Gilpin. We've put on the county manager hat on top of the other hats we're already using until we get down the road a little bit. So that's my only hesitation for raising my hand to volunteer a little bit more. Give us a little time, but I think a lot of these things can be handled rather quickly without too much heartburn, and give us a little bit better idea of what's out there.
I'm really pleased that we have a person in Sandy on our screen here who has been a social worker and has some background in this. And I see a very conspicuous video turned off at the bottom of my screen, Sarah Casano, who I'm sure she has some wisdom that could help this conversation too as we move forward. So I invite her, although she's been hiding behind that screen this whole meeting, I invite her to weigh in anytime and help us with her wisdom. So
Randy, you're funny. I'm in my very messy office that I still need to move into. So my camera is off. But I get, and maybe this is really premature, but I'm just wondering if it would make sense for next steps to be more around who's really going to be responsible for this program. Will it, if we're really talking about it being housed under the Department of Public Health or a collaboration of public health, DHS, and law enforcement, then it seems like those agencies should be working together to talk about what's even the goal of the program. Because I'm confused with, if it's really to reduce cost, that doesn't line up with a lot of the research that I've read about this program, but I'm open to that. I wonder if it would make more sense to start off with who's really going to be responsible for this program. But I might be totally off with that too.
Well, and during an earlier part of the meeting, George, I think it was George that mentioned, or maybe it was Sandy that mentioned that it has not been shown to reduce law enforcement costs, for an example. So what it becomes is an additional mental health responsibility along with law enforcement. It may be that as it evolves down the road, there may actually be a little bit of a reduction of law enforcement costs, but it's not, we can't count on that now. We're looking at potentially trying to improve the level of service that we offer, and probably certainly at some additional expense for now that could evolve into a healthier response system and a healthier society a little bit that might ultimately reduce some costs down the road. The primary thing though is to solve the problem in that nexus between law enforcement and mental health, where they obviously come together.
I agree with Randy. I think that's a great question, Sarah. I don't think it's the first question though, because I think once we decide what it is we want to do, then I think it will be more obvious where it belongs.
And maybe that's just where we're different a little bit. I worry, I get territorial, right? So I don't want the people who won't be responsible for running the program making the decision on what the program looks like, or right. So if we're going to model the program after different communities, but our department will be responsible for part of that program, then I want to be more active in looking at the different programs and deciding or presenting to you all what I think would be the best fit for our community. But again, I get to territorial of things that are housed under our department.
I think it's something we'll have to collaborate on, because what you just described, a group who makes decisions that they don't have to implement, that's kind of what the BOCC does, and we're going to be doing that. So.
Sarah, just so you know, the reason I asked you to have a voice in this is that whether or not it became a responsibility of your department or how it was housed or whatever, how the decisions are made about how this sets up falls squarely within your knowledge and skill set. And so any help you can give us would be helpful. And so right now I'm kind of thinking like Sean was a minute ago. It's like, first, let's figure out what we could build, if we could build the best thing we could build. And then let's figure out how to house it, how to fund it, how to build it, how the pieces fit together. So right now it's just like a friendly effort to make it to make law enforcement, to help law enforcement have better responses to crisis situations that definitely have mental health aspects. And
I'm even one step further back from that. And I understand what you're saying as far as if you're going to run it, you ought to be involved. I think we're just looking at a place to start really and trying to get information. That's number one. I'm further back even than that. I'm trying to say, okay, what's the need? And I think probably, we have sheriff's departments that are used to dealing with people that are different. As God is my witness, a bunch of us that are in the mountains are just different, and our sheriff's department has a great deal of experience in dealing with what might elsewhere be called mental cases. So I'm still at the point of trying to figure out whether we need it, but I'm willing to talk as much as you want to talk.
Hey, Webb, were you on when we had an officer involved shooting about 1.5 years ago, and it was taken to the grand jury, And the grand jury didn't indict anybody out of it, but they had recommendations that Clear Creek County focus on mental health, getting mental health system up and running in Clear Creek County. So that's what I'm falling back on.
Yeah, no, we were still trying to get me on. Sandy used this computer yesterday, and I had to do that with all the geniuses in the world to figure out how I could get back on it. But no, that's the part I missed, because you were starting off this grand jury talk, and I didn't understand where it's coming from. But that's a good point, an interesting point. And you know, so I would go back and say, okay, well, what do we need? Do we need the nurse? Do we need the health and human services people? Do we need more law enforcement training in that particular area? Does that satisfy it? Does our EMTs, even though they're not as empathetic, we agree, does that satisfy it? There's a lot of questions, and before I'd want to commit, at least I'm just one vote, but before I would want to commit, I need lots of answers. And so I like the idea of sending someone out in search of the truth in counties where it's worked. And then to report back and say, this is what works, and it only costs you $2.5 million a year. We could all say, great idea. Okay, forget it.
Well, you make some really great points. And our manager, Brian, has introduced me to an analogy that I really like, which is, we're kind of talking about which kind of car we want. We know that better cars cost more money. Are we looking for a Lexus or a Toyota Yaris or somewhere in between? My suggestion is that everybody on this screen and DHS from Gilpin, and maybe there are some others that are missing, we just go on this adventure together. We ask great questions about the programs that exist. And then we have conversations about what the right scale is, what the right design is, whether we think it can work at all.
Yeah, I'm up for acting like we do want a car and continue to work.
Not end up with the tricycle. Sarah, what department are you in? Are you public health or human services?
She's our human services director. And I should have introduced you earlier.
I just want to mention that in our first meeting with JCMH, Laura was there, our director of human services, and she fully supports the co-responder program from what she knows about it, because she sees this as a support to her staff as well. But I do think that she indicated she supports it if an entity like JCMH was overseeing it and working with her, but not taking it under her wing.
Thanks, Sandy. I have chatted a little bit with Laura about it, and I do not at all mean to imply that I don't support it. I love the program and have read a lot on NPR's website about Denver County. I think there's just different counties that I would want to look at. So maybe if I can participate in some of that as much as possible, if our department's going to have a role in overseeing this position or funding this position.
I think that'd be fabulous.
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Okay. I think we just got there. I think we have our marching orders, so to speak. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct, George.
Yeah.
And then we'll look at our next meeting, figure something out on email. And in the meantime, we'll be looking at the follow-up next steps so we can all kind of wrap our heads around where we'd like to see this going.
I think a couple of loose ends that we talked about that were brought up that were really good ideas that are part of next steps that we can tie a bow around. First of all, George is already digging in on this really hard. I just want to say that I think it's clear that virtually all the county commissioners here are also interested in this at a high level. So without stepping on anybody's toes, I'm all in on following through up on this. and through on it, hopefully, I'll just be honest. And so so allow me to just make my services available for in whatever way, whoever's carrying the baton on this. I'm not sure who it is. I know Sandy and George are pretty high into it, and I think some others are too, and the sheriffs. But I'm just here for whatever. And as a start, I think the first thing I will volunteer is George or Sean brought up a real important idea, which is let's check with both CCI and CCAT to see where they're at. And we all belong to all of that, but I happen to be the chair of one of them. So what I'll do is I'll just take CCAT on right now. And then the only other question is, as long as I'm making that phone call, I think I should probably go ahead and call Jenny. And I mean, just to wrap it up, if I'm calling one, I'll call the other one, and because it's kind of the same thing. So I'll volunteer to do that right away and just say, we're looking at a co-responder program. We're looking at how to pull together a couple of two or three counties or something and some municipalities so that we have a holistic program. Where are we at on that and how can it help? And so I'll take that one on and be ready to report back, and just let me know when the next meeting is. And then I think we need to make a decision locally, and we can do that after this meeting, whether we want to talk to our mayors on Thursday or wait a little bit and let this percolate a little bit longer through our next meeting before we do that. We'll figure that out on our end for Clear Creek.
I kind of think we should just give them a heads up that the conversation is going on. And I don't know that we need to say a whole lot more than that right now.
Yeah.
All I would add is thanks, Sandy. Thanks, George. I think this is and the sheriffs. I think this is an important topic, and I appreciate the legwork that you guys have done.
Mhm.
I think Sandy has volunteered for Gilpin County to check out a couple of counties, but Linda Eisenhart's our chair, and she'll let us know who's going to do that.
Well, I won't boss you around too much, I promise. Yeah, Sandy did a wonderful job with this, and I think we're all in as far as moving this down the road. I know Kevin is also a huge advocate for mental health care. So I think hand in hand, this is a very good program. And yeah, so I look forward to working with all of you as well. And thank you, Randy, for volunteering to notify CCAT that you're the chair of, and CCI. You can just notify yourself on CCAT.
Well, except I don't know the answer for CCAT, so I'm going to talk to somebody at CCAT that knows more than the chair.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. And Randy, if they end up having information about funding sources, that might be an extra bonus too. And then just my perspective, it's going to be a little hard to find times that match all of our schedules and the schedules of the counties we're seeking to meet with. And so I would love to attend all of these meetings. I don't know if it's going to be possible. I would put the sheriffs and the human services staff at the higher priority for matching their schedules than mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, George.
And I want to reiterate to Sarah and anyone else too, that although we have a bunch of county commissioners and sheriffs, elected officials on this stage, that it is really the wisdom of those professionals that we're trying to incorporate. And so please step all over us. Consider yourselves in the profession equal or better, and let us know what you think about everything from funding to execution. Appreciate it.
I have one question. Do we want to bring JCMH back in soon, or do we want to do some more groundwork research amongst the counties before we bring them back in?
Personally, I think that they should have as much opportunity as possible to understand this program alongside us, provide their expertise, and commit to helping us with their resources.
Yeah, I think specifically getting a readout from them in terms of what they could actually provide with their current levels of staffing and commitment to our two counties would be good information to know.
Yeah, I think get them on the doodle. Make sure they're on the doodle poll for the next meeting or whatever,
I'd also like to recommend keep Dr. Ryan on there too.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this will fall out in human services or public health.
Right.
That's a good point.
Thanks,
Tim,
Randy.
do you have any thoughts you want to share before we close this out, Tim?
We got a 1 o'clock meeting. I really have to jump, but thanks everybody.
John?
Thanks,
No,
John.
not specifically, George. I appreciate obviously the dialogue and moving this forward. I think it will, be a worthwhile pursuit for our county in conjunction with Gilpin and others. So I think moving this forward is very important.
Oh, and I wanted to say to Sarah also one other thing, that the trick to that whole messy office thing is there's a reason I have my camera pointed up a little bit. It's because if I lower it down, then you'll see all this crap on the shelves behind me too.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I should turn my camera on just for a second so you can see how terrible it is, but I won't.
It's stacked that high? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, there's a lot going on in here.
Keep it to yourself, Sarah.
No, just for that, I'm going to turn my camera
on.
Feel free to. Okay, I think that we are done with that. I want to thank our partners in Gilpin County. I think we're just touching the tip of the iceberg for the potential for Clear Creek and Gilpin to build a behavioral health system that is sustainable and effective.
We've been kicking this around for the last year, and I want to especially thank George and Sandy and the two sheriffs for pushing the boulder, getting us together. So.
Yeah, I agree.
Excellent. So Gilpin folks, thanks again for coming. I think on the Clear Creek side, I should have asked this question. I was unaware that we had one commissioner with a hard stop. I know we have a couple things in executive session, and wondering how we want to address that.
I'm going to get off and tell everybody have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can't wait till we can meet in person so you guys can give us coffee and muffins.
Nice to see all of you.
Thank you.
We should do that. George, with respect to your question about the executive session, I think I'm comfortable meeting, but I think it has a lot to do with on each one of these issues. There may be some issues that Peter would prefer to not address without all three commissioners, and some that he would. So what's the readout from Peter on that?
So I do think that the planning department presentation that was going to occur in the executive session relating to some personnel matters and things like that should be rescheduled so that all three commissioners are able to attend it. Mm-hmm. I think we still can do that and move it to next week. The other one, the other item really involves more so you and the chair in terms of the language concerning the statute and the letter that was being drafted. So that we could still move forward on. And I don't know that that'll take an extensive amount of time depending on how much work you've been able to do to the letter.
Not. Maybe better than, is that the only other thing we have to address?
Yes.
Maybe the time would be better spent adjourning the meeting and my going through and doing my red lines and sending them to you, Peter, if that's the case. Unless there's a reason to have executive session to discuss that in advance of that, but I am remiss. I had a long list of letters and documents to review yesterday, and I didn't get to all of them. So,
and I don't want to get too far ahead of Sean on that issue.
Okay.
And so maybe what we could do is just reach out. Maybe there's a time that we can do a special meeting to schedule an hour, get through both of these topics.
Okay.
This week. How does that sit on you all? Try to just schedule another time real quick.
Yeah, I also agree with you. I think Sean does need to be in the room for that discussion. And he may not have any edits to the letter, but he might have some general comment about it. So I think it's unfair for us to have an executive session without him. So I think what I should do is weigh in with my edits and get those done this afternoon and over to you. And then we can decide whether we're good to wait till Tuesday or whether we need to call a special short meeting.
Okay.
Maybe we know that now. Do we want to wait till Tuesday, or do we want to call a meeting for later this week?
Go ahead, Brian.
Well, we want Sean in the meeting, right? And we know we'll at least get him next Tuesday. I would suggest we do it. I don't think our items are that timely, are they, Peter? That we couldn't wait till next Tuesday. We need
No,
to get
our
that.
item can definitely wait till next week. And it really was more whether or not the commissioners felt that the letter was time sensitive, which I had the original impression it was, but perhaps circumstances have also changed somewhat regarding that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know. I think that there is I'm trying to get a clear picture on, I had thought that each one of those items, the redistricting items, were being held separately, but then I heard from another person that they were actually combining all three of them into one meeting. If I don't know how they can do that, but so if that's the case, and it's going to be in August, I think, was what I thought I caught, and maybe I'm mistaken on that. So it would seem that Tuesday is going to be okay, but maybe a phone call after this meeting would help resolve that too, and we could make that decision and make sure we get it posted if we need another one sooner. I just don't have the answer myself. And George, you don't have a clear picture on that either, do you, by any chance?
I know they're holding their first community meeting pretty quick, but I think we can wait until Tuesday. I also have not read your draft, Peter, and so let's just do that. It's only 7 days. We're not going to gain much by turning that into 3 days. So thanks.
Yeah, and I'll make a phone call after this meeting and confirm that source. It was Judy Mobley was when I was talking to, and I'm just going to give her a ring or a text and get together and confirm if there's any timeline urgency. Then I will get back to Peter via email, and then we can post something if we need to. But I'm doubting we will. I don't think we do based on what I remembered from the previous conversation.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so I'll get on that this afternoon, I promise, and get it over to you. Sorry I didn't do it yet. So
Okay.
that means we're done? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think so. Yeah, we're at the end of our public agenda. We've postponed all of our executive sessions to either a special meeting later in the week or Tuesday. Maybe I would make the ask that those executive sessions land on the agenda with an assigned time so that we all can accurately predict when the meeting is going to end and how long we need to stay.
That could be helpful because I was under the impression we were having an executive session after the meeting today that we would need based on this amount of stuff I saw. And then we can all keep our calendar effectively.
And Beth, if you could just take the 2 items that we did not discuss that are on the agenda today listed for the executive session and just move those to next week to a time certain. I think that I'm honestly thinking it may take about an hour and a half to get through both items. If I'm pleasantly surprised and we end up sooner than that, then that's great. We'll have additional time to move things in if need be.
Yeah. Sounds like a plan. We are adjourned.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.